Hey guys, something a little bit different today. I've compiled all the best pro-revenge stories back from when Jake was narrating the stories on this channel. Today is truly a long one, so buckle in for a wild ride of the best revenge stories Reddit has to offer.
My aunt is a jerk, but gets her just desserts in the end. Back in the late 1980s, my mother, Nancy, was diagnosed with a degenerate neurological condition. My father was working long hours to put a roof over our heads and keep my mum seeing the best doctors, and eventually my parents realised that with two small kids and a body that was slowly but surely shutting down on her, she needed more help. We had an au pair for a while, but it wasn't a great fit. There was talk of hiring a nursing company to provide in-home care, but my mum's sister, Linda, was graciously offered to let us, my mum, my sister and me, come live with their family, and that she would be happy to take care of her little sister. After a few months of working out the details, my parents and my aunt and uncle agreed to the following. My dad would pay for construction of a large addition onto my aunt and uncle's home. This would be a fully separate home with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, kitchen, and an unfinished basement. My aunt, who was unemployed, would be the primary caretaker for my mum for the foreseeable future. My aunt claimed that she'd care for her until one of us dies, but I think we all expected it would be more like 10 or 15 years. My mum would have the living rights to the addition until her death. Upon my mother's death, our claim to the addition would be relinquished and my aunt and uncle would own it outright. In 1990, my mum, my sister and I moved 3 hours away to live with my aunt and her family. My dad stayed behind to continue working, and this separation did eventually result in a mostly friendly divorce. Things went well enough at first, and within 6 or 8 months, the addition was built and we moved out of their spare room and into our new home. It would be a lie to say it was massive, but it more than doubled the size of their house. We had our own exterior doors, our own heating and cooling, most every utility. Electricity and plumbing were shared, but I think that was about it. For the first 18 months or so, my aunt mostly held up her end of the bargain, but soon after, the cracks started to form. My uncle left my aunt in early 1991. Linda started getting lazy with my mum, and consequently, her health was suffering. So my dad hired a home nursing outfit to come in and care for her. Linda took this as permission to stop helping with anything at all. Mum soon became bedridden. Not my aunt's fault, the disease is terrible, and couldn't leave the home, so Linda would do mum's shopping for her, but started buying more than just Christmas presents or our groceries. A little at first, then a lot. Eventually, my mum's credit card bills really caught my dad's notice. All told, we calculated she had run up about $20,000 in purchases that were for either her or her kids. This was in the early 1990s. According to the inflation calculator I just looked at, that's the equivalent of about $40,000 now. My dad was working 70-hour weeks for the overtime so he could cover his own mortgage, repaying his $401,000 for the loan he took out to build the addition, and these massive credit card bills. By late 1993, there was a confrontation. My dad cancelled the credit cards and said, "You are spending me dry. I can't have surprise bills like these anymore." And my aunt in turn said, "Get out of my house." Since it was an addition and not technically a separate home, and since my dad didn't have the money for an expensive legal battle, there was little we could do. Living rights be damned. Right at that same time, the house went into foreclosure. Linda had stopped paying the mortgage 6 or so months before. I'm fuzzy on this number, but it's in the ballpark. And the bank foreclosed. Linda didn't have the money to get current on the mortgage. My dad began making plans to buy the mortgage from the bank and take ownership of the whole property. Things were looking good on this front, and he told us we'd be able to stay in our home. By this point, I was 12 years old and had a lot of friends, so I really did not want to move. His plan was that he would charge Linda a fair rent for half of the house. We would continue to live in our house, and the door that connected the two halves would be forever locked, sort of like a duplex. It's at this point that I need to introduce the last character to the story, whom I will call Maria. Maria was the first wife of my mum's and Linda's older brother. They had been married for a short time in the 1970s, and Maria became very close with her new sisters-in-law. After she split from my uncle, she remained very friendly with both Linda's family and mine. And growing up, I called her Aunt Maria. Anyway, Linda now knows that my dad is planning on buying the house from the bank, and she panics. Makes sense, losing your home is scary. She calls anyone she can think of that will give her the money to get a current on the mortgage, and Maria finally comes through and says, "Yeah, of course I'll help you out." Linda calls my dad and gloats that she's not losing her house, and reiterates that my mum, my sister and I can move right out. My dad calls Maria and tries to convince her not to swoop in and save Linda's bacon. A move is going to be hard for the kids and extremely hard for Nancy. Linda has neglected Nancy and not held up her end of the bargain, etc. Maria says that she's committed to her decision. My dad gives one bit of advice that will wind up being very important. Well then, don't just give her the money to get a current on her mortgage. She'll fall behind again soon enough. The house will still get foreclosed on, and you'll be out of the money you gave her. Buy the mortgage from the bank, and instead just charge Linda rent. That way, you've at least got something for your money. In early 1994, we move out of the addition. By early 1996, Maria rings my dad up. She did indeed buy the mortgage from the bank, and now owns the property outright. Linda swore up and down that she would pay rent, but lo and behold, she hasn't paid any rent over the last 2 years. Maria asked if my dad would be interested in buying the property from her. It was a bit of a stretch since he was paying for 2 homes, his and the one I lived in with my mum and sister. But he put together the money, and soon enough we owned the property in question. At this point, Linda is in touch with my dad and is no longer extremely nasty and threatening to him. She's as sweet as can be, promising that she will pay him rent and be a great tenant. My dad says, "That's fine, you can rent the house, but if you miss a payment, I will begin eviction proceedings immediately." They drew up a contract, signed it, and I think she made 2 rent payments before calling up and asking for more time. He told her, "I'm sorry Linda, but if you don't have the money in my hands by the due date spelled out in the contract, I am going to evict you." The date came and went. The money never showed up, and my dad gleefully began eviction proceedings. They knew my dad meant business and moved out on their own before the sheriff did it for them. We owned the house as a rental property for several years, using the income to fund my mum's medical care. Despite being separated since 1990, my parents stayed married until 2002, so that my mum would have health insurance. My dad gave the house to my mum in the divorce settlement, and it was sold to pay for her care in a nursing facility, where she lived from 2000 until her death in 2009. That was really nice of the dad to do, so I hope he's still doing really well. I found this on Quora, and I thought it was too good not to post here. Original question: if a coworker is stealing your food and you address the problem by putting something in it that makes the thief sick, can you be prosecuted for that? What if you put your name on it and leave a "do not eat" note? Many years ago, the early 70s, my dad came home complaining that someone was drinking the iced sweet tea he took for lunch. He's getting ready to eat and half would be gone. He didn't know if they were using a cup or drinking straight from the thermos, and considering the group he worked with, he wasn't going to take any risks. This left him with only water for lunch. This happened several times, and he finally decided to do something about it. He went to the pharmacy and asked for the strongest laxative they had. The pharmacist asked why he wanted one that strong, and my dad explained the situation. The pharmacist, an older gentleman that had been running the store most of his life, told my dad that it was a bad idea, since it could cause dehydration and other problems. Instead, he handed my dad a bottle labelled "Essence of Peppermint" and told him to use the entire bottle in the thermos. He also told my dad that if anyone asked what was in the tea, to just say, "Don't worry about it." This was truthful. He said that drinking the entire bottle would only settle your stomach if you had indigestion, and nothing more. The next day, he took the spiked tea to work. Sure enough, at lunch, he found the spiked tea had been tapped again. He recapped it, remarked that he'd soon know who took the tea, and finished his lunch. A few minutes later, a coworker came to him, holding his stomach, demanding to know what was in the tea. He just said, "Don't worry about it." Shortly after that, the coworker left work sick. Soon, his wife called and asked my dad what was in the tea. Her husband was moaning that he was in pain and had been poisoned. My dad told her what was in it, and told her to call up the pharmacist to verify that it was harmless. She was laughing too hard to even say goodbye as she hung up the phone. Contract negotiations in a second language. I work in China as an English teacher. There are hundreds of great jobs out here, but at least an equal portion of people trying to screw you in every way possible. Each company I've worked with has been an education in paperwork, contract negotiations, and leverage. 6 years in, I'd like to think I'm finally getting the hang of it. 6 years working here isn't unheard of, but it's rare, and my level of education/job experience, plus standard whiteface, sells for quite a premium here. At this private school, I'm one of 3 foreign teachers, a job that carries a lot of prestige locally and brings in a lot of students. Read $. As only certain schools are even permitted to hire foreigners, and even less can afford/find them. During recruitment periods, parents are paraded into my classroom, and I'm sometimes given bonuses because of how often I'm complimented on my energy/teaching style, even handsomeness. This matters in China. I'm not handsome, but white in rural China is auto handsome. The other foreign teachers here are African, and yes, there's a substantial racial bias, and they get paid much less. I've chosen this school because it's got the lowest cost of living area with the highest offered salary, but most importantly, the highest amount of free time. I work about 20 hours per week, save 70% of my salary, and spend the rest traveling. I had negotiated a very competitive salary. I also signed a non-standard contract that I had personally edited. I was proud of myself. At least until I arrived at the school, and the international staff liaison immediately asked me to sign their standard contract. The earlier one was a mistake, and couldn't be submitted for my visa. I now knew this was one of those schools. I'd heard stories. They would do anything to screw over the Lao Wai, foreigner. I pulled up my big boy britches. I needed to be prepared. I wasn't. Initially, I didn't even read the standard contract. It offered me only 2/3 of my agreed upon salary, so I told them to update that. They returned days later, and I read it. A horrific document that would lose me my Christmas holiday, a great luxury in China, my salaried status, a shift to per/class pay with no pay for cancelled classes, and even allow them to charge me if I leave without finishing my contract. More terrifying still? Additional activities or events could be assigned without pay or notice, apparently at any time. The contract would also require me to locate another foreign teacher replacement before allowing me to sever employment, and prevented me from leaving this school for any competing school in China. "Everyone signs it," was chanted at me by 4 separate workers, all of the English speakers in the building, each appalled that I was arguing. I informed them, "I'm not everyone, we'll stick to my contract." I found out later, everyone apparently does sign it, they just don't bother following it. The other foreign teachers just run away on payday. The school has lost more than 10 teachers this way. 4 individual attempts were made to rewrite the standard contract to include what I had negotiated for. Each new version left out new things. I hate to ignore Hanlon's razor, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. But we were approaching the edge of Occam's razor here. The simplest explanation is usually true. God, I prayed they were only stupid. By the end, I simply wrote the contract using their format. Except, by then, we were 6 months into the school year. Operating that long without an official contract in China is dangerous, and can allow the government to seize my illegal wages. But there were just 3 more months until summer vacation. Except that's when the school decided that they didn't want to pay my summer salary. Now, my paperwork clearly said that I was a salaried employee, and that I was to be paid whether they had classes or not. Summer had no classes. I pointed out, but I still get paid. I hadn't anticipated them creating a summer school just to give me classes, but the dates for summer holiday wasn't specified, so I lost 3 weeks of my vacation to their summer classes. At the meeting where I debated the ambiguities in the contract, seeking some discussion, a meeting of the minds, the boss lady simply demanded, "Will you comply with the contract you signed or not?" This remains the most English and the only grammatical English she's ever spoken within my hearing. Would I do what I signed up for? I would. But contract negotiations were already starting. For the school year, by now, beginning in only 2 months. I hadn't been prepared before, but I was determined to get my 3 weeks back. The initial plan was to set my demands so high that eventually insisting on getting 3 weeks vacation or 3 weeks extra pay would seem reasonable. I rejected the 3 contracts they offered me, each one a version I had already seen and refused the year before. The Foreign Staff Liaison, FL, suggested that I again write the contract myself, so I would be happy with it. I sighed and uttered "Hauba," a reluctant fine. Don't mind if I do. I had 3 contract versions sent to them by the end of the day. They were just modified versions of my last 3 employers, but they were written in amateur and heavy English legalese. Poor English second language workers never had a chance. They balked. Now, my email clearly explained that each contract offered different benefits, each a separate option I'd accept. One gave me less classes a week, one provided substantial penalty fees for each week my salary was delayed, one insisted that my holiday salary for the year, 3 months, be paid immediately. Additional benefits tossed in at random, sick days, penalties for not giving notice of cancelled classes/holidays, as opposed to the less than 24 hours notice I'd heretofore received. I even added my water/electric bill, cafeteria meal card, and internet to the list. Overwhelmed by the complexity of the documents, the foreign liaison asked for the 3 to be combined into a single document. I did, again reminding them that they had contained several options, and this time adding that it was really an initial negotiating position. I'm quite certain that reminder was never read. Well, I combined the documents. Every potential reasonable request I had managed to concoct over 2 months was thrown together in the final draft. I imagined the foreign liaison having a quiet heart attack upon reading it, knowing sending it to the boss was akin to losing their job. That's when they stopped paying me. I had now agreed to working 1 summer month, okay, 3 weeks, free, as it should have been a holiday, and now I had worked another month, but payday arrived without them paying my salary. My legal options were pretty unknown to me. It's not my legal system, and I can barely pass a Chinese sentence, much less read legalese. I continued to work, and occasionally remind them about needing pay. As I needed 2 months behind in salary, we began negotiations. These contract negotiations were more stressful than any breakup I've ever had. First, I would be called into the office, but rated at for being ungrateful, usually, for hours. Have it explained that I was being unreasonable, told precisely how much each of the workers in the office made, fractions of my salary, and then asked me to make some concessions. I told them they'd receive concessions only if they made some proportionate concessions on their end. This is China. None of the people I was talking to were authorized to make any concessions. They were just aware the boss lady/owner, HRH, Her Royal Highness, was not happy with my requests. Or perhaps would be not happy? I still don't know if/when she read that contract. But there was nothing they could do. I started playing games on my laptop while waiting for them to run out of stamina. I racked up 120 plus hours on the game. Wake up, go to class, go to meetings, get yelled at, lunch break, go home, nap, return in the afternoon for a repeat performance. Had this for an entire 2 weeks with little variation. Well, sometimes the meetings were before class, sometimes the meetings were after. Variety is the spice of life. I began to look forward to classes, and they were a reason to escape meetings. Finally, someone must have decided I wasn't going to budge, and the contract was sent to the boss for approval. My demands had been shuffled, reworded, and buried in paragraphs, but the content was largely unchanged. Her Royal Highness immediately made a 6+ hour trip to the school from Beijing for our meeting. Upon her arrival, Her Royal Highness stood for a photo session with me. I was given chocolates, wine, the ceremonial position of Vice Principal, and the promise of a raise. I hadn't even considered a raise. I made way too much for that region as it was. But it had been promised, so I added it to my next draft. The meetings lasted 3 days on and off, although my time with her was less than 3 hours total because we were constantly interrupted by investors, new students, parents, etc. On the 3rd day, I left the meeting for lunch, with the regretful promise that I would begin looking for work elsewhere. I already had 4 interviews scheduled for the afternoon. No, sorry, I couldn't possibly return to the meetings. I've already scheduled interviews until 4. Yes, I know, it's important, but I've already scheduled the meeting. Okay. No, I have a meeting. Yes, I understand. No, I still have a meeting. I'll come over immediately after. Oh, Her Royal Highness wants to talk? Sorry, still have an interview. No, I won't cancel. Yes, Her Royal Highness is very, very busy. Well, it's very kind of you to, finally, give me that promised raise, but I have promised to have these meetings, and I keep my promises. Bye-bye. Between interviews. I'm sorry, I have an interview now, and I can't answer your direct messages, but yes, some sick days is reasonable. I've got to go. That'd be nice. The WeChat, Chinese Skype/Facebook, call is starting. Bye-bye. I arrived to a very difficult meeting. My boss was sitting in a room of 6 police officers with a pile of money on the table bigger than a large suitcase. I was certain she was paying them to arrest me. Oh no, I thought. Her Royal Highness is real hardcore. What was I doing? I was told that I wasn't allowed to leave the school, that my contract only allowed me to work for her. I agreed that might be the case. Suddenly, I was in a very agreeable mood, and asked if I could read that part in the contract I'd signed. She picked up the contract and began scanning. The contract said no such thing, but her face never changed as she scanned the substantially altered, standard contract. Everyone in the room pretended we weren't paying attention to her. She finished scanning. There was a glance at the foreign liaison. Yes, you will only work for me. She asked me what the other schools were offering, salary-wise. I told her. She rounded up the number and tossed 2 wads of cash to me, and turned to continue her conversation with the police. Bring his contract, we're signing it now. A worker snatched the money from my hands and counted out my, very late, salary. The poor staff. They were still unprepared. They brought the combined version of the contract that I'd emailed, my first final draft. Her Royal Highness didn't even glance at it before signing. I got everything I could have thought to ask for. I celebrated for 2 weeks, in Thailand. Epilogue. Foreign liaison has an easier job, same pay, in a different school now. We're still not friends, but she told me she's grateful to not work here anymore. She won't say it's my fault. That's not Chinese culture, but I'm 99.9% sure it is. I've bought her gifts, 2, until she stopped accepting them. This year, I promised no new demands in my contract. I just wanted my salary. But there were still some changes. First, since I've accumulated an additional 80% of my yearly salary in fines, they failed to pay me 3 months holiday salary up front, I've had my contract reviewed by a Chinese lawyer. It may be not eloquent, online translated Chinese, but it would hold up in court. To be honest though, I still feel bad about them signing that insane contract, so I'm holding to the stated intention in the penalties. This year, as an addendum, I added, as the penalty is meant to be corrective rather than punitive, so long as my wages and the wages of my fellow employees are paid on time, The missing fines from last year will not be assessed. All fines will become due, including all subsequent late fees. If any teacher can demonstrate that they have not been paid by the 15th, I calculate that weekly fines will have pushed my punitive figures to 200+% of my yearly salary by that time. They ask for one change. I was the only staff member with Christmas off, and it was breeding resentment. Instead of Christmas and Christmas Eve, could I accept instead holiday days in lieu? I wrote the addendum myself. I wrote, upon request of Party A, instead of the Christmas holiday, Party B will receive an additional 12 paid holidays. 12. The addendum was returned signed. I can only assume Her Royal Highness is still not reading my contracts before signing. I'm now up to 4 months paid holiday, and yesterday I sent the Excel spreadsheet with the complete calculations of all fines from last year. There was a panic, until I restated that the reminder that the fines will not be assessed so long as I can't validate any complaints about myself or my friends/co-workers not being paid on time. I was assured, again, it wouldn't ever happen. I know a tiny bit about Chinese culture, and I'm fairly certain if he was dealing with the Chinese government, he'd be sent to a camp somewhere and just never be heard from again. But the schools are probably a lot different, but geez, he's got a lot of balls doing that. Bully Landlord gets it in the end. My first husband was not a very nice man. For 6 years, I was belittled and basically a baby factory for him. He was a fantastic father, but a horrible husband. After he finally got his heirs, I was then treated even worse until I finally woke up and decided to leave him. This revenge story is not about him. I just had to set the scene. I moved out from the house, taking just my clothes, the car, 4,000 value, no more, and the computer. I had nothing. Stayed at a good friend's for a couple of weeks before I was able to line up a crappy townhouse with roommates. I had nothing, and my bed was a cat pee smelling free couch I was able to score. I wound up having 3 to 4 jobs, with one of them being full-time, and once a week I would not even be able to sleep at night between jobs, meaning having to stay up for almost 48 hours. Now, fast forward 1 year, my divorce was finalised and I had fulfilled my year's lease for the townhouse. By this time, I was able to furnish the home and my bedroom and my kids' room when they would be with me for visitation. The scumbag landlord, we will just call him SBL, was a nice-ish landlord during the time of my tenancy, and I was a good tenant, never being late with my rent. Although I had roommates, I was the sole name on the lease. The landlord would show up often, with some guys that he had to work on something like plumbing tests or whatever excuse he could come up with just so he could be all creepy and hang around trying to converse with me with mild sexual undertones that made me quite uneasy at times. Finally, the lease was fulfilled and I was now onto a month-to-month contract to which at the time I was ready to move out of this crappy townhouse and find a great house in the mountains nearby, and I was simply thrilled now that I got my feet on the ground and can afford a bit better than slum living. My lease stated that I had to give 1 month's notice in order to move out. Unfortunately, I was able to get the house I was to move into for the next month only 3 weeks away. I sent an email to the landlord stating that I intended on moving out at the end of this month, in 3 weeks, and he can try to find another tenant. But I did state that if he didn't find a tenant, I would still fulfill my legal obligation and pay next month's rent. Within 1 week, 2 weeks before I was to move out, he emailed back and stated that I was very generous of my offer, but he was able to find a new tenant for the beginning of next month, and I would be off the hook. He even tipped his hand by stating that he already collected a deposit from them. Now, something happened within a couple of days after that, which was no fault of my own, nor my roommates. The townhouse came with its own appliances, fridge, oven, etc., including a clothes washer and dryer on the main level. My roommate had put a load of laundry in and went to the living room to have a nap. He awoke to find that the washer had malfunctioned with the sensory switch, which had never stopped the water fill stage. And there was an inch of water in the kitchen and living room. He splashed through the water to turn off the washer and called me to come help deal with this. I was just getting off work and I whipped home to assess the damage. It was bad. There was standing water on top of the living room carpet and a good inch of water in the whole kitchen. I called the landlord and told him the issue. By the time the landlord showed up, I had already gotten most of the standing water out with the help of my roommate and friends that showed up with shop vacs. The landlord didn't seem too upset, which was surprising for me, and had an appliance repairman had come to look at the washer. The repairman said, "Yep, here's the culprit," and showed how the dial would stick on the fill stage and wouldn't click over to the agitate stage. After replacing the dial and lubricating the whole deal, he left. The next week was chaos, as I was busy trying to pack, and the landlord had insurance guys in assessing, and workers taking out the carpet and cutting 2 feet worth of the lower drywall on the whole main level. The day of the move, though I was still supposed to be there for a couple more days, the landlord had let himself in as movers were moving my stuff with a camera going around taking pictures of everything. I honestly thought that it was for his insurance claims, etc. I actually felt bad for the landlord, I'm too nice, and told him that I would not ask for any of my deposit back. And he responded in front of the loading crew and my roommate, "Thank you, that's very generous of you." We parted ways, and I thought that was that. I was wrong. 2 weeks into my new home location, did the landlord showing up on my doorstep with a summons to appear in arbitration because he was suing me. What? On what grounds? He stated it's all in this paperwork and handed me a manila envelope with 18 pages of everything he was charging me with, all including photos. Now I know why he was going around taking pics. Nickel and diming me on everything from a bent ventilation blind, that was like that when I had moved in, and some scuffs on walls, etc, etc. But then he also wanted me to pay his insurance deductible, and that following month's rent. He claimed that the tenants that he had lined up backed out at the last minute, claiming that they didn't think the place wouldn't be ready in time with the new drywall and paint, and so on. So he still wanted me to pay for that month's rent. Really? I knew I was more than generous of giving him my whole deposit, and then for him to come back and sue me for thousands? He was not only claiming the damages caused by the flood, but improvements he needed to do that should never be or have been my responsibility in the first place. Even cracks in the living room wall that was from the building settling. How should I be responsible for that? Even new lighting, faucets, etc. All mainly on the accusation that I was negligent. I wasn't going to have that. I know it was a slummy townhouse complex and most of his tenants were just welfare cases, and maybe he could get away with this with the others, but not me. No way. I had just got out of marriage and that made me feel insignificant and had horrible self-esteem, but now I had my dignity and felt strong for the first time in a long time. No way was I going to let any more stuff happen to me without doing something about it. I had 10 days before the date of my arbitration meeting. I immediately got to work. First, getting a signed deposition from the very repairman that had showed that day stating that the appliance was quite in need of maintenance work and the last time he had done any maintenance for him was almost 5 years before. From thoroughly reviewing my rental contract and local laws, the landlord is obligated to have all appliances maintained/serviced every year. I had also talked to some of the other tenants and had heard that this wasn't the first time the landlord had sued tenants after the fact. I hunted them down and got sworn statements from them also. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know what to do and mostly didn't show up at arbitration, hence the landlord winning by default. No way I was going to let him do this to me. I then drew up a rebuttal to each and every claim he had, including photos from the year that I had lived there, printed out all my email correspondence, and even convinced my ex's roommate and one of the movers that heard my interaction with the landlord about him stating how generous it was of me, letting him keep my whole deposit, which was a significant amount, to come. Day of arbitration. I dressed up in my power suit, and with my ex-roommate and worker in tow, showed up at the meeting. Now, in Canada, arbitration is not held in a courtroom per se, but is still held at the courthouse in a conference room with a judge. We had 1 hour with this judge. Since the landlord was the plaintiff, he got to go first with his case. He spent over 40 minutes going over everything and I sat quietly until he finished. Once he finished, I then hauled out the rebuttal in multiple copies, handed to the judge, to the landlord, and anyone else that wished to have one, and I quickly went over each point. The landlord was irate and interrupted almost every second sentence I spoke. I would pause the moment he would start talking and say sweetly, "I was quiet and polite during your time to present your case. I hope you grant me the same respect." The landlord started to get red in the face, especially when I got to the deposition of the maintenance worker for the appliance. I included with that the Tenancy/Landlord Act sections pertaining to appliance maintenance and stated that this was the only record of maintenance that had occurred, and unless he can come up with more recent records from perhaps another company, it was over 5 years since anything had been looked at. With my defense, I had also then countered that I would like my deposit back and my day's pay from work since I had to take that day off to go to this meeting. The judge then made his statement, and I will always remember this for the rest of my life. He stated that first, he was very impressed of my presentation and that I obviously had a good handle on things and can tell that my nature is of kindness and respect, especially with photos of how I had the townhouse furnished and clean and pride in whatever home I would live in. Bottom line, not only did I win my case, I wound up having the landlord owing my over 80% of my deposit back, including interest. The landlord's face was priceless. The judge then proceeded to tell the landlord that they will be reviewing again all his previous filings, and if there was enough evidence of harassment, he would be reported to the Board of Landlords and Tenants. I don't really know if anything came out of that. Now, I walked away that day feeling on top of the world, completely justified, and he got a taste of his own medicine. But it didn't stop there. Oh no! Knowing that this guy has a history of suing tenants, I printed up my final results, and judge's signature, and gave a copy to each and every tenant in that complex. I wanted to warn everyone his practices and to keep notes, photos, etc., so that he couldn't do that to them. But I didn't stop there. He still now owed me money. Heh, and I asked repeatedly for the payment. He never responded. He had until a certain day to pay me back my deposit, and on that day, I had gone to his house. I looked up his residence under public records, and he is a landlord and had to file under a certain address, and knocked on the door. He didn't answer, though I knew he was home. I rang the bell a few more times and knocked loudly. He then turned his house alarm on, which at first startled me, but quickly turned to humour, seeing how much of a coward this bully turned out to be. I then yelled out loud enough that I am not going anywhere. He yelled out, "Get off my property or I will call the police." Okay, no problem. I got off the property, but camped out on the front sidewalk. I had a fold-up chair, a cooler with water and sodas, a few sandwiches, and all my paperwork with me. I was set to stay there forever. I then would tell anyone that would walk by, already there were some people there from the house alarm fiasco, about how I was a tenant and he wrongfully sued me and that I have a claim against him and now he owes me money. I let anyone look at the paperwork just to back up my claim. The police did show up. They first went to talk to the landlord and he was claiming that I was harassing him, slandering him, and wouldn't leave his property. I was on public property, the sidewalk, and it isn't slander if it's true, of which I had all my court-signed paperwork to back me up. I wasn't disturbing the peace, I was simply and quietly seated outside his home and just talking to neighbours about his actions. He was out yelling that I needed to leave, and I quietly stated that I would be happy to leave once I am paid that he was legally obligated to do by that date. I was not going to leave before I got my money in my hand, and I was more than willing to stay there and tell anyone that would listen to me why I was camped out. The police stated that I wasn't doing anything wrong, that it's public property. I wasn't disturbing the peace, and it isn't slander if it's true. Finally, after an hour of the landlord yelling on his front lawn about the policeman, and at me of course, did his wife come out with the money. She handed the money to the police, of which in turn handed the money to me, and signed off documenting final payment was complete. I sweetly smiled, thanked the police deeply, and went home. I have no idea what ever happened to the landlord, and if he's still pulling stuff like this on others, But I hope that I helped put the fear of God in him and that he just can't screw with people because eventually it will come back and bite him. Sometimes, nice guys, or girls, finish last, but with patience, they finish with a win. Okay, the writer of this story definitely scares me, but it's kind of in a good way. Steal my security deposit and ignore me for a year? Say goodbye to your staff and reputation. So this story initially began as a petty revenge tale, but the guy says that you don't have to read it and he's going to give the background here. So, background. Around Thanksgiving 2017, my wife's company offered her a fantastic promotion, which she accepted even though it meant moving across the state by January 1st. The month of December was insanity. List and sell the house, find a short-term rental which would accept 4 pets, pack, move, etc. A lot of whiskey magically disappeared, but I got it all done and we moved into our rental house and all was well. We bought our new home and moved, and the rental lease officially ended on April the 1st. The property manager followed the state laws correctly so far, and we were told we'd get the $1,800 owed for our security deposit back by May. Spoiler alert, it never came back. I spent the next 4 months going back and forth with the property manager and hearing, "It's coming! We never got your paperwork!" Blah blah. I got sick of this and got 2 different lawyers involved and sent them official demand letters. I also filed a formal complaint with the State Division of Real Estate against their license. The property manager kept telling the state investigators that they would pay us back, but nothing ever happened. I didn't want to formally sue via our lawyer because he charges $300 an hour and it's all up front. I was hesitant to go to a small claims court because it's a $5,000 max in our state, and the damages we illegally owed are 3 times the $1,800 deposit, which puts us over the cap. So I'd have to give up on some of the damages we're legally entitled to seek, eat roughly $500 in fees, and then go through the whole process for the next year, and assuming we've won the judgment, then go through the collection process for another year or 2. An option, one we'd win, but a big pain in my back. So this is where the ProRevenge comes in. It was initially petty. Let's say their website is badpropertymanager.com. I bought badpropertymanager.co for $12 and posted all of my screenshots and info about their theft and BS for the world to see. And then I bombed it all over their business Facebook pages, as well as their personal pages for the main partners and their Yelp page. I got a kick out of it. They took their pages down. Petty revenge wins, right? My little website caused a bigger boom than I anticipated. Basically, this property manager has 2 principal agents in charge and a broker. One of the agents is married to the broker. Beneath them, they have, had 5 realtors. I sent my new website to them all, everywhere I could. Turns out the partner who isn't married to the broker had no idea that the broker and his wife were stealing money from the property manager's company. Their realtors had no idea either. 2 of them quit immediately, and one of them reached out to me to let me know why she quit, and she was going to go to a new broker. But the other principal of the company was mortified. She asked me to leave her name out of it, take the stuff down, etc. And I just politely but coldly replied that, "Hey, your business partners/broker stole my money, and I can back everything I'm saying with documents. Not my problem." She promised she'd get things resolved, and for the first time in 10 months, the broker started answering my emails. We worked out a deal, and now they're paying us $200 a month until December, which will cover the amount owed, plus the extra for our legal fees. The first check came last week. It actually bounced, but I made them send me a cashier's check, and they have to send cashier's check going forward. So we did get our first installment. I've also learned that the state investigators has been turned over to the state's legal department, and the broker and his wife will most likely lose their license. The state investigators said they've had multiple complaints against them, but I was the most thorough and had the most documentation against them. So our complaint was a big reason they had the ammo to push it to the legal team. So all told, my little website ended up costing them 40% of their real estate team, resulted in them removing the business Facebook listings, pushed the investigation into their license over to a state legal team, still ongoing, and resulted in them having to finally start paying us not only the $1,800 we're owed, but the legal fees I spent on top of it. Oh, and that bounce check? I made them send me a certified check for $12 to cover the bank fee for that too. How I got my revenge on a TV show. So to begin the story, I have to explain. I'm a college student in Portugal, so sorry if my English isn't 100%. I was born and raised in Azores, some little islands in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. In order to pursue college, I had to move to the mainland. For this, I had to rent an apartment. It's a good apartment, 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. And it's in a quiet neighbourhood, so all good. This was until they started to do construction work in the apartment above. This construction work is made by a TV show called Querido Mudé a Casa, that literally translates to, Honey, I changed the house. It's quite famous here. They remodeled the entire house, replacing everything in it with new furniture, new floor, you get it. So they make a lot of noise. I'm not the party kind of guy, and I'm quite a calm and peaceful guy that likes to stay at home. Have some friends here, drink a bit, play some games, etc. And also, I do a lot of my college work at night in the apartment. I spend most of the day in class. So to explain this, Portugal has a law that you can make noise from 8 AM to 6 PM. Most of my classes start around 11 to 12 PM, which works great for me, since I go to sleep around 4 AM due to all the work I have to do, and little plus time for myself. They started drilling the floor at around 8 AM every single day. Me and my housemate were shocked by the amount of noise they were doing. We let it pass since they shouldn't take more than a week to replace the floor. I make that assumption because me and my dad did it once to our house back in the island. But no, that noise lasted for the entire time they were there. I got a bit upset since I couldn't sleep, but I also couldn't leave the college work undone. So I decided to try and talk with them. I went to the upstairs apartment and knocked. Then came this really fat and short guy looking at me like I wasn't even there, and the talk went like this. Hi, I'm from the apartment below. Hey, what do you want? I was gonna ask if you guys could start the drilling at around 10 AM. I'm a college student and do most of my work at night. Sometime I only get to sleep at morning. Is it possible? Nah, we have a job to do. You should go to sleep earlier if you want to sleep. He closes the door. I was angry, but remained calm. After all, it kinda is my fault if I go to bed at that time. Some time goes by and the noise continues. I get grumpier and grumpier. I call the customer service of the show. They say politely that there is nothing they can do about it since it's in their legal rights. I should talk with the guys in the apartment so we can come to a conclusion. Weeks go by. I'm wondering, that apartment is the same size as mine. How the heck are they taking so long? Until a glorious morning I wake up. Normal routine. I go to the bathroom to take a shower. When I turn on the light, what do I see? My bathroom full of clay. Everything completely dirty, rocks everywhere, and a hole right on top of the toilet. I'm furious. My housemate arrives home that morning. He is not a calm person in these situations. I tell him all about this. We both go to the upper apartment. I convinced him to let me talk. He agrees. I knock on the door. To my surprise, the same fat guy. But this time, he was looking at me. You guys opened a hole in my bathroom. He interrupts. Yeah, we know. We already covered our part. Okay, but what about ours? Can't you guys fix it? I mean, you are men. Can't you fix the house? My friend is furious, but I calmly put my hand on him and keep talking. No way. You broke it. You're gonna fix it. Otherwise, we'll call the landlord and sue your show for this. Okay, we will fix it. No need to get all formal. We came back to the house. We could hear them making fun of us because of the hole. My friend is furious, but I'm calm because I already thought of a way to get back at them. A couple of days go by when they finally decided to fix the hole. 2 nice guys came down and fixed it. Said they were sorry and everything. We chatted, they were cool, but my revenge was already planned. Sorry dudes. Me and my friend both have JBL speakers. The good ones that you can really play loud. This is where it begins. Every day I started to go to bed early now, so I can be up at 8 AM. First, I take a shower and set up for college. Then I plug in both of my speakers to my laptop and search for Japanese prawn. You know, because Japanese girls scream like hell in high-pitched voice. Leave the volume up in maximum and let it play in a loop until I get home, around 6 PM. Oh, my amusement was speechless. My housemate agreed with this since we both started to leave the apartment earlier, until one day we had a knock on our door. It was the fat guy. Hey,
I don't know what you're doing, but it has to stop. We are recording today, and we can't have those weird noises in the background.
They recorded the episodes in the house so they could authenticate the sound in the house and everything. They could easily use a studio for the sound, but they are really cheap on saving money. Nah, since you guys are in the legal right to make noise from 8 AM to 6 PM, I am too, and I can make the noise I want in that period of time.
That will really hurt the show, and you know that. People love this show. Probably your mother watches it and loves it.
Maybe, but she knows how things are around here, so she doesn't really mind. I don't really mind, and the landlord doesn't mind. Can you fix it yourself? The fat guy goes mad, starts stomping the ground as he turns around and leaves. This continues. I see the camera crew arriving from my window. They enter the apartment, knock on my door. I didn't even answer. Just some loud, lewd noises all day. This goes for 3 days straight with the camera crew, but one day they never tried again. I think the episode was cancelled due to the noise. The funniest part is they make these constructions for free for people. The only revenue they gained is from the viewership of the episodes. It puts a smile on my face when I know that they just wasted a budget for nothing. Ah, sweet revenge. That must have been so satisfying to use the same words that he used, can't you just fix it yourself? Oh, that's just perfect. Friend tries to get me fired, but I turn the tables. Context. I'm a year 9 student, British schooling system, and go to a very good school. This is a massive privilege to have, and I'm massively thankful for it. Our school has a magazine which we print and distribute to teachers, students, and parents, and it is very popular. I am fortunate enough to be the assistant editor of the magazine. I basically format and check the magazine while making sure everyone in the committee is doing well. And it's hard work. As part of this role, I have to teach and mentor the new students and get them used to the new system. Being in the committee is like having a job, so balancing it with school is tough, and lots of newbies drop out very quick when they begin to realise they can't handle the workload. I enjoy teaching the new guys, as it's mostly people who love writing as much as I do, and it really gives us a connection that does stick around. However, last year, I had a very bad mentoree whom I dislike to this very day. Cast. Me, take a guess. WI, very cool and kind teacher and head editor of the magazine. AM, douchebag mentoree. And BF, one of my best friends. Now, I knew the douchebag before he joined the committee. We were friends. We'd been into town with each other a bit, and we were good mates. So I was expecting to be mentoring him. The way mentoring works is that there are 7 tasks to complete and have checked by your mentor, leading up to a big review 6 weeks after one first joins. The tasks are fairly easy. Learn how to Photoshop pictures for the photographers, and learning the format of the articles to make my life easier. Now, I teach the mentorees in a way which means that I set them a task, e.g. task 1, and it has a deadline which I will take in the work, check it, and give feedback on. It works well, and I have always done the mentoring this way. When I set the first task for the douchebag, I was really confident in his ability. Because we were, and still are, at a really good school. I genuinely believed that he would do it and I'd have no problems. However, as you've probably guessed, I was very wrong. When it was time for his first task to be checked, this happened. Where's the work, AM? I wasn't able to do it, Merson. Why? It was a fairly simple task. If you had any problems, I told you to ask me about them. Well, the thing is, AM takes a massive breath and I expect the worst. My dad just got in a really bad car accident and I've been at the hospital the past few days. I was shocked. The guy's dad was in intensive care and I was ready to give him a hard time for not doing some work. I immediately apologised and almost had a panic attack. I gave him an extra week to do his work. I was a terrible person. I went home and sobbed about how mean I was ready to be. I came in the next day and avoided him as much as possible. At this point, I didn't even suspect a thing. When it came to his second task, and the first task as well, being checked, I was nervous but prepared. How did you find the work? I couldn't finish either of them. At this point, I was just angry. He told me privately that he wasn't in the hospital as much anymore, so I was confused. Come on, this is starting to get silly. Your review is soon and you haven't even started the tasks. Merson, it's because my cat got put down. It was really old and I've had it since birth, so I was really attached to it. This made me really upset. I have 2 cats and I love them to pieces. I couldn't even imagine their death, so I told AM I was sorry, but he needed to get either the work done or take an official break and leave the committee briefly. This gets put on a report which is kept by the teacher, and it's about the bad things a person in the committee has done. This back and forth of, work? Nope, and here's why, went on until literally the day before his review. I had sat down with him and spoke to him about how he had done none of the work and had 6+ hours of work to do for the next day. He was really apologetic, but I had become totally immune to his shenanigans by this point. He'd really ticked me off. By this point, I didn't know if he was lying or not, but I had my suspicions. Then, his review came around. I was terrified. You see, as his mentor, if he does badly, I get in trouble for not doing my job well enough. I am a massive goody two-shoes. I've never had a detention, and I was petrified of getting one as my parents would not approve. The douchebag, the teacher, and I sit down, and when the teacher asks to see the work, AM says he hasn't got any of it. Before I can interrupt and explain the situation, AM goes on to say that he handed in all of the work, but I had said that none of it was good enough, and threw it all out before the review. WI gave me the death stare. I was crapping bricks. In my first year of being in the committee, I had lied to WI about doing some work. This had been put on my report, and I got screamed at for 15 minutes straight. He said I had delayed printing by over a week, and I was incompetent, etc. We moved past it, and now we enjoy each other's company very much. And essentially, if I made any mistakes, I was getting fired. I looked up at AM, shocked about what he'd said, and stuttered to WI the actual situation and all the lies he'd told me. The teacher didn't believe me, as not so long ago, I had lied. I then made it my absolute mission to prove everything he had told me and WI wrong. But there was one problem. I didn't arrange anything over a traceable source. I hadn't emailed or texted him other than on Snapchat, but that deletes messages after being read. It looked like I was going to get fired, and I only had a few days to prove my innocence before I was gone. The plan. Finally. That evening, I went into town with some friends. AM wasn't present, and I sat down with my best friend. She was texting the douchebag on iMessage, so I told her what happened about the committee and AM. She was shocked and believed me over AM. This is when a plan was hatched. Firstly, I needed evidence, and my best friend gave me exactly what I needed. She took the douchebag into town on a date, as he liked her. She then began a conversation about how she heard I was being nominated for an award about my writing for the school magazine. This was actually true. I won an award for England's Young Journalist of the Year and Best Featured Article about my transgender sister. #humblebrag. Best friend then sat her phone to record the entire conversation. This included the douchebag admitting to screwing me over so he could eventually take my position as assistant editor. My best friend then sent this to me, and I stored it on my computer in sweet revenge. I sent the voice message to the teacher, and he, too, was shocked. He apologized profusely to me, and I told him that I didn't want him to fire AM yet, and then told him my plan. He was worried, but on board because of what he did to me. I met with AM the next day to apologize for being too harsh about his tasks and beg him to retract his statement about me. He obviously said no. As protocol states, I had to give other members my ongoing articles, and I gave AM my award-winning transgender article and said that I had changed so it was talking about a different girl rather than my sister. However, I actually changed it to make it horribly transphobic. Like, disgustingly transphobic. He thanked me and left. The next few weeks, I didn't show up to any meetings and made it seem like I had been kicked out, but I stayed aware of the situation in the committee and kept up to date on my articles. Because this was the kind of person he was, AM didn't even read the article I had sent him before he handed it in. So my teacher received a heavily transphobic and sexist article which AM wrote, supposedly. The teacher called AM into his office, and the douchebag was screamed at for writing such a horrible article, and then played the voice tape back for him so he knew that he'd been caught. The head teacher of the school found out about the article AM had wrote, and AM was put in isolation. You get taught on your own in a separate room, where you spend lunch and break, etc. For a week. He was also fired from the committee immediately and got a mark on his permanent record. Threaten my son? Lose your money. I left my ex-husband with our then 5-year-old son when we were going to be evicted as a result of his gambling and addiction issues. My son and I ended up living in a friend's dining room and stayed there for about 6 months until we moved into a room of our own. About 3 months after we'd left, I took my son back to visit with X. When I picked my son up, I saw a state lottery bag in X's car. X had won a pretty big lottery award a few years before, which just fueled the gambling addiction, and he ran through it in a couple months. So I recognized this as a swag bag you get when you're a big winner. When my son and I got back to my friend's place, I did some digging and found X had won about $250,000 2 months to the day after my son and I had been forced to move. We were still married and no one had filed for divorce yet. About a week before, I also found out he had a new girlfriend who he was conveniently seeing while we were still living together. This will be relevant later. I confronted him and told him I didn't even want half, just enough to get my son and I settled to start over. But he was furious I'd found out and threatened to take my son as I couldn't afford to take care of him, and now he could. I was understandably upset and was freaking out to a friend right after the confrontation. Now, my ex had 2 kids with a prior ex to whom he'd owed thousands back in child support. My friend just asked, "What's her number?" I was still sobbing and shaking and gave it to her. My friend called and said, "Hello, prior ex? This is Oh Holly Hell's friend. Just thought you'd want to know your ex-husband just won $250,000 in the lottery. Have a nice night." The prior ex immediately called me to see what this was about. I told her what had happened and we came up with a plan. I was meeting one last time with X, who agreed to pay off the title loan on my car that I'd taken out to pay our rent while we were still together. I was to meet him at his bank. He'd give me the cash and I would take the cash to pay off the loan. As soon as he handed me the money, I texted prior X the name of the bank. She filed a garnishment and very soon after, his accounts were frozen. He texted me, furious I told prior X, and I just said, "You threatened to take my son because I didn't have the money to care for him, but you did. Now, you don't." Prior X ended up getting what was left. This was a month later, and only about $90,000 was left. And the court made new girlfriend pay prior X the money X had given her for rent and for various gifts, which prior X then sent to me. Not much, but a huge help when you're starting over. It's been almost 5 years now. New girlfriend is still just girlfriend, even though they got engaged before I even knew she existed, and, again, before anyone filed for divorce. And she utterly despises me and prior X. We're both cool with it. Want to force me into your homeowners association? Enjoy having to sell your house. First of all, this isn't my story, nor I wrote it. It's written by u/Hicktil, and it's about the story of one of his friends. So first, let's start with the backstory. A good friend of mine has about 4 years ago inherited the house of his grandparents. He decided to live there for the time being till he has decided what to do with the house. He grew up in it, so he did not really want to sell it. Not even a week after he moved in, he got a visit from a neighbourhood committee. They said they are the 3 board members of the Homeowners Association of that community, abbreviated HOA, and are here so he can sign his membership papers. They were extremely nosy and rude. For example, one tried to get into the garage without so much as asking. When he stopped him and asked him where he wanted to go, he had the audacity to say, "I need to check your garage. If everything there is in order, I have the right to do this, bi-weekly, and denying me access is an offence that will cost a fine." He then had enough of their audacity and kicked them out of the house. While doing so, one of the board members shoved some papers into his face and told him he needed to sign this right now. He would live there a week already, and these papers had to be signed before moving in. Once they were gone, he took a look at the papers. They were ridiculous, and gave the HOA rights that were simply surreal. They had, for example, a right to visit your home bi-weekly, and check things like that you do not use your garage for storage, don't have gasoline on containers in your garage, same goes for gas. You had to mow your lawn every week. Snow had to be shoveled every 2 hours when it snowed, starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. You could not park more than 1 car on your grounds, except inside the garage, and a ton of other BS. A few days later, they came back and asked him why he did not sign the papers yet. They also wanted to check the garage again. This time, he would not even let them in, and told them that he would never become a member of their stupid club. To them, that meant war. Within a week, they had sent him fines north of $1,000. Some of them were for denying them access to his home, each worth $250. My friend simply did not take them serious, and used their stupid letters to help grill his fire. Then came the day when they went extremely too far. He came back, and one of the board members had broken into his garage, stood in it, and was writing things down on his notepad. But that was not even the worst part. He had 2 wonderful oak trees in the front of the house. They had been planted by his great-grandparents when they were newlyweds and moved into the house. The HOA was in the process of taking them down. They had called a professional crew for this. One was already so damaged, basically all the twigs were already down, it was just a stump that was left. The other one they had just started with. He lost it. He told the tree crew to stop right now, and explained to them that he was the owner and what they did was highly illegal. They had no idea, since the board member claimed these trees were in violation of the rules, since supposedly too many leaves went to the neighbour's garden. He had told them that there was no legal reason to put them down, but the board member claimed that I had given my okay because the trees were in violation of the rules of the HOA. He looked it up later. They actually had a bylaw that if a garden produces more than one 40-litre sack of leaves within 2 weeks, the garden owner needs to take down the offending trees within 2 weeks. He told them he would overlook them trespassing if they would be a witness in court for him. Here comes the revenge part of the story. He proceeded to call the cops on the board members for trespassing and damage to private property. They actually had to use a bolt cutter to get into the garage. He had it always closed with a big bike lock after they tried to get in it twice before. The trial must have been glorious. Not only did they have to repay him for the lock and the tree, which was worth a ton of money, north of $50,000 if I remember right, plus damages for the second tree. He had a professional tree person look after it so all the damage healed properly, which cost nearly $1,000. But these idiots actually thought the trial would have been unfair and tried to fight it, which probably cost them an additional $10,000 to $15,000 in lawyers and court costs. All in all, this trial must have cost them over $120,000. Then he went to civil court and sued them for emotional damage. He told them how much these trees meant to him since his great-grandparents had planted them with seeds from the home country. He really laid it on as thick as he could. Plus, he felt threatened by the HOA and can hardly sleep because he always fears they try and get into his house. The court, non-surprisingly, bought it and gave him $500,000 for the cost of a new, state-of-the-art home security system so he could finally feel safe again in his own home. So put all together, he cost the HOA nearly $750,000. They had to file for bankruptcy and get a person to check the books so my friend would get his money. The best is the latest, and oh boy, it is. Meanwhile the process, the mediator actually found out that these 3 pricks had been defrauding the HOA for well over 10 years. And were giving out as many fines as they possibly could so they could use it to bolster their income. All 3 had to sell their houses so they could pay out my friend's dollars. Now, he is one of the most appreciated neighbours in the area, and he constantly gets invited over for grilling and whatnot. You see, most people never wanted the HOA in the first place, but the board member practically forced them to sign the contract, claiming it would not be optional, and if they did not sign before moving it, it would be a $500 fine. Only 6 of the over 50 members actually wanted this HOA, and people think they did get a part of the action as reward for spying out their neighbours to find violations. You see, I'm from England, so we don't have the HOA in our country, and I just can't imagine anyone here would actually appreciate that at all. Like if a neighbour tried to go into another neighbour's house that they weren't good friends with, you just get like assaulted. Pretend you like me to get taken out on expensive dates? I'll trick you into paying. For context, my family is in a very fortunate position financially, and I would describe myself as upper middle class. This story happened a few years ago when I was at university. It was a fairly small university, so many of the students lived locally, in a generally very working class area. I also have a twin brother who usually goes to a different university nearby, who has a small part to play in the story. I had never really had much luck with dating due to having some pretty niche hobbies and interests, so it was hard to find people I can relate to and really click with. But I would always get on and remain friends with people if things didn't work out. I ended up dating a few girls on the uni netball team. They all seemed pretty nice, but again, it was clear we were not a great match. Because I stayed on good terms with everyone, I ended up spending a lot of time around the people I had previously dated, but just as friends. Consequently, most people on the netball team were familiar with me. Enter the greedy girl. She was a bit of an outlier in the team and didn't speak much, so nobody knew much about her. One day, she comes up to me and asked me out on a date. This was a nice surprise, as I was normally the one asking, so I said yes, as I had no reason to dislike her at this point. After I say yes, we chat for a bit, and she keeps trying to shoehorn into conversation the fact that she, like many others around here, doesn't have a lot of money. I didn't really think about it too much at the time, but in hindsight, it was obvious. To keep the story short, I won't explain the dates. We went on 3 before I realised how greedy she was. All you guys need to know is that I paid for everything on every date, but I didn't mind doing this. We normally went out on weekends. One day, I went to the library to get some work done. The desks have tall partitions between them for independent work, but whispering was still allowed in this area. Over the partition in front of me, I heard Gigi's voice whispering to a friend. I begin to stand up to say hi, but I stop myself to listen into their conversation just before my head emerged over the top. She was talking about me, calling me things like posh brat, but saying she was going to let me take her on a few more dates because I took her to fancy bars and bought her expensive drinks. I thought about it and realised she had always gone for the most expensive drinks on our dates so far. So I decided it was time for some revenge. I left the library without being seen. A few days later, I actually saw her driving a brand new BMW Z4, so she was clearly pretty damn rich herself. The best and fanciest bar in town was owned by my best friend and her family. It was a small bar, but very high end, with some of the drinks being over £15 for a very small drink. Therefore, not many of the students went in, but if you were invited there on a date, it was a special one. I spoke to my friend whose family owned the bar and got her in on my plan of revenge, ensuring she would have my back if things went wrong. I was pretty paranoid about getting caught, because I planned on tricking the greedy girl into paying for everything that night, up to a total cost of all the previous dates combined, in excess of £250. To cover my tracks, I asked my twin brother if he wanted to go out with my friends to the pub, telling him my plan and that I would give him some of the money if he went out dressed like me, and with his hair styled the same. I also told him to take plenty of pictures with my friends, so I had an alibi. The night of the date came around. The bar was busy, but we managed to get a table. I immediately lied to her, saying I had forgotten my card, but if she paid, I could transfer her the money later. She agreed. I had done this for real on the second date, and I paid her back as soon as I got home, so she knew I was reliable. I told her to stay sat down and save the table, while I went and ordered drinks and the biggest and fanciest tapas plate on the menu from the bar. My friend, pretending she didn't know me, as agreed, served me the drinks. The greedy girl seemed to be in disbelief of my generosity and pretended that she was having one of the best dates of her life. I also pretended to be enjoying it, continuing to buy the expensive food and drink until I had nearly spent the target £250 on her card. The dessert section of the bar's menu is just titled, Just Desserts. Finding this oddly appropriate for my revenge, I asked her if she wanted her just desserts, pointing at the menu. She laughed and said yes, so I went up to the bar once again with her card and ordered 2 of the super deluxe chocolate fudge cakes. I told my friend to keep one for herself for when her shift ends, and if they could write FU on top of the greedy girls. The bar has candles with letters on for birthdays, etc. I then returned to the greedy girl, handed her the card back and told her I was going to the gents' bathroom. I left, never repaid the money, and went to join my mates and brother at the pub. Greedy girl confronted me in front of the netball team a few days later, but I just acted confused, telling her I was out with my friends that night, and showed her the selfies my brother had taken with my mates when she tried to argue with me. The entire netball team took my side and stopped speaking to her. Greedy girl has since left the netball team, and from what I can tell, I don't think she has many friends now. I had a fantastic night of revenge with fine food and drink at her expense. My friend got a fudge cake, my brother got some money, and all the lads got to go to the pub. All in all, I found it super satisfying, as everyone but Gigi was happy. Steal from my dead granddad? Lose your benefit money. This is a family-style revenge, so get ready. My granddad had lived down the road from us since before I could remember. He would always play with me and my sister when my mum had to go to work, and I thought of him as my second father. He kept a really expensive platinum necklace on as a keepsake from my grandmother, as he always told me stories about her and the wars he served. Some backstory now on my aunt's family. They were basically people who refused to work and were actually proud of scamming the government to pay for their lifestyle. Through benefits, they would falsely claim on mental disability and being obese as a justification not to work. At the time, getting as much as my mum would at her full-time job. My cousin had literally texted me at the time that he doesn't want to work and play on his Xbox. This dude. You are a grown 26-year-old man. Act it. They never visited my granddad, and for good reason. He was physically disgusted with a lot of them. So here's where the story starts. My granddad winds up in hospital due to a heart attack. My mum, my sister, and me show up to care for him. After 3 days, and when the doctors explain that he hasn't got much time left and say our goodbyes, evil aunt rocks up with her family. So much for being ill so you can't drive to get a job. They ask us how much time he has left. Us wanting to be civil, told them and led them in to talk to him. He then passes away after another day, and we get together to decide how he would want his funeral. Since my gran was buried in Cornwall, we decided to hold the ceremony there so they can be buried together. Cornwall was about 300 miles away, but we thought it would be worth it, and I still lay down flowers every year. Entitled aunt and her family not only do not want to go to Cornwall, they refuse to chip in even 50p down for anything. So they decide to stay up and watch his house. I know red flags, but we were mourning, so we didn't think it through. The funeral was beautiful. Heartfelt eulogies that brought memory after beautiful memory. All was well, except they had dug the wrong plot and decided to tell us during. Maybe one of Grandad's way of making us laugh up there. Until we got home. Empty. Anything of value was gone, and the only thing left behind was some paintings from my grandma. She was a really good artist, and me liking art as well, decided to keep them. We were mad. We went to Evil Aunt's and she denied everything. We had nothing on her at the time, so we decided to file a police report and left it at that. Until 3 weeks later, when we came round to visit and see if everyone was coping, my mum had noticed some new expensive things. New TV, new PlayStation, the works. And she began to suspect something. As well as me and my sister, until evil cousin comes in. He is wearing my granddad's platinum necklace. I asked him where he got it from, and he told me he had bought it with some of the money that he got from selling pot. Yes, he sold pot as well, but I know that's my granddad's necklace. We get in the car and all of us are seething. They are no longer family. We needed revenge. The revenge time. Now, I mentioned before that they had been falsifying their medical records, so they received benefits from the government. Every time we would go over, we would sneakily take photos of everything they had just bought, as well as my evil cousin's stash of pot and my uncle's collection of stolen goods. Forgot to mention he would steal big items off vans and then sell them online for extra profit. We collected every text message of them bragging about their many fancy holidays and them refusing to want to work. Compiled a case report and anonymously sent it to the claimant investigators and let them do their jobs. A month later, I hear from one of my other cousins, a nice girl, training to become a nurse, and I really admire that she didn't take the path of her family. That evil aunt and uncle got their benefits taken off them and had criminal charges and had to pay restitution to the businesses they stole off. And my evil cousin got arrested for dealing pot. They are now financially screwed. I think the last time I talked to them was them asking for money. They thought I could convince my mum, she doesn't want to speak to them, and I told them to bug off. The Racist and the Troll, a pro-revenge story. So I guess I thought I'd start off with some background. I'm a very, very white-passing Hispanic woman. Even living in South Florida at the time, I wasn't in an area where you see a ton of us Hispanics. To look at me, you'd seriously never guess I was anything other than white. I had just gotten a job at this French bakery about 2 minutes from my house. As a baker with a niche skill, European pastries are my jam. So finding a job I didn't have to commute for was amazing. My boss was the stereotypical French chef type. Jovial for the most part, but strict and likely to throw a pan at your head when you mess up. No disrespect, the man was a god in his kitchen, and I learned so much there. The issue was that he didn't understand certain nuances of American culture. Like why hiring a racist person was probably not good, especially when your best workers are Hispanic or POC. Cue Georgia. Name changes, blah blah, she was named after a southern state. When I got there, the chef had 4 other people working for him. 2 of those people were a young married couple who had moved to America from Colombia. While the wife didn't exactly look Latina, you would know she was the moment she opened her mouth. Sweetest girl ever. We're still friends. Her husband was a decent looking guy, but super possessive, and ended up actually being kind of a jerk. But at the time, we got along great. The 4th worker was our part-time dishwasher, another dude. Georgia was always sweet as pie to the men in the bakery. The chef, the husband, and the dishwasher, who was 16. Georgia was in her mid to late 50s. Georgia was one of those bless your heart southern ladies who had moved to southern Florida for a gym trainer boyfriend. The 2 of them just kind of fed into one another's BS. At first, she was super nice to me. One day, I came in and she pulled me aside to say, "Oh, thank God there's another white person here. It's been a little too dark here all morning." That was strike 1. At first, I didn't really love the wife yet either. She's got an excellent work ethic and doesn't get chatty on the job, which I took as her ignoring me. Time goes by though, and wife and I start talking more, usually in Spanish, but I switch to English whenever Georgia's around to be polite. Georgia doesn't seem to like that I'm fluent, but I guess she assumes that I'm just one of those Floridians who learn Spanish to survive. It gets interesting around Christmas. Sweet as pie Georgia goes out of her way to make little stockings for everyone in the bakery, conveniently forgetting wife's at home, to hang up over the faux fireplace in the dining area. Now, of all the types of Hispanics to be, I'm Puerto Rican. For those of you who don't know, in Puerto Rico, we have a very specific drink we like to make around the holidays. The flavor profile is the same more or less, but the exact recipe changes from family to family. Some families are more strict than others. My family always insisted that the recipe was sacred, that only Puerto Ricans are allowed to make it. But by this point, you can easily Google a recipe online. It's not a huge deal, just don't share our recipe. Around the holidays, we make coquito. In my family, the patriarch, my father in our case, makes the original recipe. Everyone else brings their version of it. We all get drunk by having a tasting of the various coquitos. Last year, there was a chocolate peanut butter one, a cookies and cream one, a salted caramel one, a passion fruit one. I made a vegan one for the lols, and a dark chocolate cherry one. It's generally a thing where you make a big batch and give out bottles of it to your friends, family, and co-workers. So this specific year, I made a batch of authentic coquito, a la my abuela's recipe, and brought it in to fill the stockings, pointedly hand-delivering wifes to her in a slightly larger bottle to make up for her lack of stocking. I gave Georgia an extra smaller bottle so she could also share with her boyfriend. The dishwasher got a virgin coquito. Everyone was really happy with their gifts. We had a great last shift, then the bakery closed up for the 2 weeks over the holiday, since we only operated for the business park in our plaza, which was also closing down for the holidays. When I got back, everyone was thanking me for the coquito and saying how much they enjoyed it. Chef, dishwasher, husband, and wife all understood it was a cultural drink and didn't even bring up asking for the recipe. Wife asked if I would be willing to make it again for her in a larger bottle. She even offered to pay. I said no to the payment, but agreed to make her another batch. To me, and how I was raised in my family, that's how someone who wants to be respectful and appreciative should ask. However, when Georgia walked into work our first day back, she followed me into the back room, where my designated area was, and started pestering me. The conversation went something like this.
Now, I know some people are testy about family recipes, and I completely understand if you don't want to share, but I was hoping I could get that recipe because it was just amazing. Best thing I've ever had.
Wow, thank you so much for that. Actually, it's a thing Puerto Ricans make and we're not really supposed to share it with people who aren't from the island. And that specific recipe is my abuela's, so I can't. But there are recipes online if you just Google coquito.
Excuse me?
Huh?
I've given you a compliment and you just... Wow.
She walked away. I was thoroughly confused about why she was mad, but I went back to work. Throughout the day, she just got progressively meaner to me, eventually treating me the same way she treated wife. Okay, fine. Wife, husband and I just fully switched to Spanish from then on. After a few months of this, one day, I needed something high up and Georgia is about an inch or two taller than me. Plus, she always wears heels. In a kitchen, mind you. I asked her if she wouldn't mind helping me out. She couldn't possibly still be mad about whatever the heck that was, right? Oh, so wrong. The absolute wrongest. She turned to me and snapped. I would, but I'm only allowed to help Norwegians. What? Huh? You know, like you said about the coquito. You know, I get it. You're proud of your little drink. My boyfriend and I had a good laugh about that. He said, "It's not like Puerto Rico has anything else to be proud of." And he's right. Wow. I started to walk away to find a step stool or something, because this had gone nowhere fast. But, nope. Georgia wasn't done with me. She followed me after and continued. Yeah, wow. That's what he said when I told him how racist against Norwegians you are. I'm just thinking, who, what, how, with what now? When did I ever say anything about Norwegians? I guess that confusing look was all she needed, so she got in my face and kept going. Remember, you said only Puerto Ricans can make it. Well, my boyfriend found another recipe for me online, and he's been making it for me. Yours tasted like garbage. His is so much better. You people can't even make your own drink right. So for those of you who maybe don't understand the context here, I'd like to spell it out now. The tradition is that you make this with love for the people in your life and share it as a gift to them. It's always welcome at any parranda or gathering you go to, as a gesture of appreciation, but it's also a way for us to share our culture with people we genuinely love. You know, a gift. For me, this was the equivalent of someone demanding to know how much I paid for their present. Does it really matter? Yeah, you can Google the present online to go get it yourself, but to ask is relatively tacky. When she asked initially, I assumed she didn't understand. Apparently, in telling her that it's a Puerto Rican thing and I can't give out the recipe, but she's welcome to find a copycat recipe online, that was somehow the equivalent of saying, you can't have it because you're Norwegian and therefore trash. Not sure how she made that leap, I just summed it up to white people not being used to hearing the word no. But as she kept getting in my face, grinning like the person she is, so arrogant and gleeful to be finally able to unload this thing she'd been stewing on for months, I just kinda snapped a little and stepped into her personal space. She might be taller, but I've got more muscle. All I do is lift heavy bags of flour and giant croc sculptures all day. As calmly as I possibly could, I said, "You need to get out of my face right now." Then she really sealed her fate. Excuse me? Where in the world would someone like me ever have to listen to a Mexican like you? I'm not going to repeat the word, but then she goes to say that she went to a lot of schools where she was the only Puerto Rican or Hispanic, so she heard the slur a lot growing up. And now, when I hear it, I see red. Of course, I was at work. I respected my chef too much to punch an old lady. I stared at her for a solid 30 seconds and then walked away. Apparently, she went to the chef and complained about me. I went into the bathroom to call my mum and tell her what happened. She calmed me down, always the voice of reason. It was a great job otherwise. When I left the bathroom, my chef was ready to fire me over what Georgia told him I'd said. Apparently, she told him I had cursed her out and threatened her life. I explained to him that she called me a racial slur against Hispanics, and it had me very upset. Since it was her word against mine, nothing happened. After that, she became determined to get me fired. She would be walking by me, she'd put her hands on my shoulders and push me out the way, bumping into me, then giggling, "Excuse me," in her sweet little voice. Husband and wife just shook their head and welcomed me to the club. Then, much to her dismay, I got promoted. I was given a key to the bakery. It became my job to close up the bakery, usually leaving me alone with Georgia for the last few hours of the day. She started working even harder to prove to him that I was this crazy loose cannon that couldn't be trusted. If I was working by a particular machine and needed the table next to me for my mise en place, she would choose that table to work on, so I had nowhere to put my stuff. If I moved her stuff out of the way, she would pick up my stuff and move it to the other side of the bakery. I ignored it and her as best I could. One day, I was holding a sheet tray vertically, nothing on it yet, while talking to the chef in a particularly narrow part of the kitchen. She didn't need to pass me for anything specific, but she decided she needed to go to the bathroom to fix her makeup a handful of times. So she just kept walking back and forth just so she could push me out of the way in her sickly sweet way. By the 6th time, she actually pushed me so I went into a nearby shelf. The chef saw me hit it, but didn't see why. I corrected myself and set my feet shoulder width apart. The next time she passed to go back to the register area, she put both hands on my shoulders and tried to push again, this time finding me staying firmly in place. Again, she pushed harder this time. I jerked my arm away from her, and that's important, but since I was holding the sheet tray, it may have hit her. That wasn't my intention. It's also important to note that there are cameras all over the bakery. On that particular day, I had an interview for my actual dream job. This donut shop in Delray was opening. They wanted experienced bakers, me, to work together to create their menu from scratch. It offered benefits. The starting pay was $20 an hour, which was a lot from where I was in my career at that point. I'd scheduled the interview for after work, with ideally still plenty of time to get home, change, and then drive up. What I hadn't accounted for was Georgia being Georgia. So okay, I jerked my arm away, stepped in her face, and growled out, "I swear to God, if you ever touch me again, you stupid..." She grinned at me, and then feigned offense while yelling, "Did you just call me a stupid bleep?" Obviously, the chef heard that and stepped between us, demanding to know what was going on. At that time, I was still respectful enough to the chef to apologise for making a scene where customers could hear. I pointedly did not apologise for what I said to Georgia, and she kept pushing it, demanding I be fired on the spot. She also didn't say anything about the sheet tray hitting her, if it had. I went back to my side of the kitchen and got back to work. Hours later, chef, husband and wife have all gone home. Dishwasher finishes up his duties and he leaves. Georgia keeps walking back and forth over the floors I just mopped for seemingly no reason. I'm obviously rushing through things. As much as I loved working there when Georgia wasn't there, I just wanted to be out, and she wanted me out too, so it seemed like a win-win. But she didn't only want me out, she wanted me unemployed and unemployable. Finally done with everything, I just sat down to wait for her to finish counting the register. She was taking her sweet time with that. An hour passed. Hour and a half. I called the interviewer and explained that I had to close up and wasn't sure how long I'd be. I was very sorry, blah blah blah. He was cool with it, but explained that he was trying to get hiring and training done sooner rather than later, and he would be leaving at 8 PM. Usually, we're all out by 3:30. At this point, it was almost 6. Considering we close at 3, you can imagine why I was frustrated. Especially when factoring in that Delray was a solid hour north of me, and now I'd be driving in rush hour. So after 2.5 hours of her counting and recounting, I go into the front of the bakery and say, "I really need you to finish up." At that point, she was just milking the clock unnecessarily. She ignored me. Hello? Nothing. I shrugged and turned off the lights in the front. She stopped, walked over, turned them back on, went back to counting. I got up and turned the lights off. She's in her 50s at this point. I'm in my 20s and I'm the baby of the family. I don't like being a brat, but trust me, fam, I can brat up with the best of them. Again, she walks over and turns them on, then goes back to work. It's also important to note that as soon as the chef left and the front door was locked, she sat down at the table and started texting until all the other work was done, and only got up to do her side of the work when I was completely finished, knowing I needed to wait on her. Again, I'm sitting right by the light switch. I get up, flick it off, then lean on the wall next to it with a "your move" expression on my face. She looks up and sees that I'd be in her way, ready for her to try and physically move me again, then starts yelling, "I need that light, I can't see." Which is BS, because there's so much light outside at this point that the front room is really well lit. I said, "Your side work takes 15 minutes. It's been 3 hours. Finish your work and get out." She stares at me for a solid minute, then does something to the register that I can't see, grabs her purse, and walks out the back door yelling, "We'll see what chef has to say about this." I walk over to see what she did and see that the register was left open, with no cash in it. I call the chef and explain what happened. No surprise, she's already called him crying, telling him I refuse to let her work. He gets there. I say, "So can I leave?" He demotes me on the spot, takes back my key. Fair enough, but I wasn't fired. Then he sees all the cash from the register is gone and he calls the cops. At this point, I'm thinking there's no way I'll make this interview. A police officer gets there. He takes statements from both Chef and myself, then finally gets a hold of Georgia, who admits to having hidden the money for safekeeping, more likely to make it look like I stole it, but that didn't happen and I can't prove it. Chef chews me out for being immature and bullying my coworker. Yeah, okay, but he lets me go. I barely made it to my interview, but the guy loved that I was so intent on being there despite all that happened, and he hired me on the spot. I told him I would need to give my 2 weeks notice and help my chef find a replacement, which the guy also liked. I might have a temper, but I'm loyal to a fault. So I was already intent on leaving at this point. The following workday, I come in and Chef pulls me aside. He tells me that Georgia quit that morning because she was scared to come to work. She was going to be pressing charges and Chef had already released his security tapes to the police. He just wanted to give me fair warning. Here's where the revenge comes into play. Some more background, yay! Not only am I a white-looking Hispanic, which throws some people off apparently, I come from money. Lots of it. Both of my divorced parents each have a veritable wall of their own personal lawyers. My dad started up in a Goya bean factory on the island where he worked to push himself through school. My mother lost her father very young and only made it through school on a scholarship as one of the first Puerto Rican transfer students to ever graduate NYU with a PhD. Hard workers, very passionate, and now rich thanks to that. The point is, someone can sue me and I don't have a dollar to my name. I'm a baker. It's not a glamorous life, but my husband and I make enough to live, and that's enough. We're happy. Not really worth suing though. However, if someone comes for me, they'd better have a damn solid case, or they're getting a tidal wave of damn good lawyers spraying right up there, you know what. And that's pretty much what happened. The security footage showed that the sheet tray I'd been holding when jerking away did in fact hit her. So I was taken into custody for about 4 hours. My phone call went to my sister. She works in advertising, so she's used to getting calls from weird numbers. My parents won't answer those. She answered and immediately enlisted both of my parents. Within 20 minutes of that call, I had one lawyer from each parent getting me out. Within a week, I was happily working in the donut shop, since one lawyer said I shouldn't go back to the bakery until the situation was cleared. Fine by me. Georgia. Oh sweet, simple Georgia. Those security tapes she was so sure would show me attacking her, they showed me jerking my arm away from her in self-defense after she'd pushed me 6 times in a row. Husband and wife agreed to testify against her for workplace harassment. She ended up settling out of court for roughly $23,000 for me and $4,000 to husband and wife, after spending a weekend in jail. That's not even the best part though. After she was released on bail, she had left the state to move back to Texas with her eldest son. For those of you who don't know, when released on bail, you're not really supposed to leave the state. She did, making her look extra guilty. She filed for bankruptcy after paying just shy of $6,000, which I ended up splitting with the wife, who she'd never paid a dime to. $3,000 went towards my own husband and I leaving the state, whilst the other half was specifically given to the wife after her husband started hinting he was leaving her. Before moving, I trained wife to do what I do for the donut shop and got her hired as my replacement. It's been 2 years now. She's still there dating an amazing guy who seemed like a real deal. As for Georgia, I wish I knew what happened to her. After her last payment, we heard she'd filed for bankruptcy and wouldn't be able to make any more payments. The money isn't so important to me. I just wanted her to learn her lesson, which I'm not sure she did. At least, she didn't win. I don't know what the moral here is. Don't be a douche. Don't use racial slurs. Don't assume people are stupid or helpless just because they're from another culture, maybe. Cultural appropriation is bad, okay? But then again, in the spirit of cultural appreciation, here's a recipe that isn't my abuela's, but it's still pretty great for coquito. There you go, you guys can enjoy that coquito recipe. Do what you will with it. That was one of the longest Reddit stories I've probably ever read, but it was definitely worth the wait. I'm just kinda still annoyed that the boss didn't believe her and kinda sided with the other woman, but I guess in the end he lost 3 of his best employees, and he's probably struggling to find people now. Don't poop on your own doorstep. So this one's been happening over the past few months, and it's hilarious. So I live on a little street with about 7 houses. We're the only student house in the area, and so we're often a target for people looking to make quick money by blaming us because they think it's easy to get us into trouble. This lady thought wrong. So I'm walking back from university when I'm accosted by a middle-aged woman in her dressing gown and slippers.
Hey you!
I stop because I'm trying to be polite to the neighbours. The locals have a local hate students group who vandalise student property to try and make us leave, so I tend to overcompensate to make our household look good. Hi, how are you?
You vandalised my car!
Are you seeing the irony here? I cross the road to where the dumb woman is stood, and where her car is parked, and ask, pardon?
You dumb woman! Did you not hear me? I said you vandalised my car!
She was really trying to sell that I vandalised her car when I was on the other side of the road, and she knew that. I'm sorry? I think you've got the wrong person. The dumb woman points a huge scrape down the side of her car, and I wince. That poor thing must have been beaten up pretty badly, but I had nothing on me that could have inflicted that much damage. I explained that the bin men destroyed my moped, still in for repairs, so they might have caught her car too, and her eyes light up.
A moped?
I nod.
So you're the little brat who parks on my drive?
Our house has a big driveway, enough for 4 cars, and is, obviously, right outside my house. So I tell her no, that I haven't been parking on her drive, especially because my bike was destroyed and has been gone for over 2 weeks.
You're a liar!
She's like spitting in my face at this point.
I have photos of your bike blocking my drive from 3 days ago. That's why I was parked on the road, and that's why my car got totaled.
Okay, I nod. May I see the photos? The dumb woman is all too happy to whip out her phone and show me the photos of what she proudly believes to be my moped. A fire engine red piece of scrap that, to be honest, was well beyond saving, even before the bin men mangled her. Except, it isn't my bike. Ma'am, I hate to be rude, but that's a mobility scooter. Cue the screaming and shouting about how rude teenagers are. I'm 21, and how we university students always disrespect the locals. She tells me that I must think she's an idiot. I do, for thinking that she's wrong about my bike. She was. So I take a deep breath and say, Ma'am, I'm in a rush, but you are really wrong about the bike. Maybe ask her next door neighbour, a kind old lady who owns a mobility scooter but is a little forgetful, about why she parks her scooter on your drive. I walk away and think nothing of it. Except now, she's left her totaled car on our private property, instead of her own drive, after running our fence that blocks the drive down and complaining to our landlady about antisocial behaviour. There isn't any, by the way. We're 4 reclusive students who stay in all night watching Netflix with our headphones in. And she's also like 5 houses down from us, so she definitely wouldn't be able to hear the noise she was describing. Pretty much the whole neighbourhood is shunning us at this point, as the dumb woman has been spreading lies about our behaviour, telling everyone that we vandalised her property, so it's only fair that she uses our driveway as compensation. I feel responsible for her behaviour, as I should have shut her down immediately, rather than letting this drag out. So, I sit in my room, nothing new here, and hatch a plan. The next morning, I walk past her house and watch as the dumb woman lets her dog out, watches it take a crap on public pavement, and then shrug and walk away. Bingo. According to our local council, this is an offence which she can get fined for, as it's vandalism and obstruction of council property. So every morning, as I walk to get my train, I take a photo of the turds, some fresh, some crusty, and some smeared across the pavement by some poor sod who stood in it. Then, I email everything to my local councillor, who is fuming that someone fully able-bodied is allowing their dog to do this without cleaning it up. She gets fined £1,000 with a threat of more if she continues to do so. I heard this from my neighbour, as he was friends with the council worker who handled the case. And guess what? She did. And the more the dog pooped, the more I reported it. She racked up £4,000 of fines just for dog poop alone. And I didn't even report her trespassing on private property. But apparently, she'd spoken to the council worker, who was a newbie, and pressured him until he let slip that a neighbour had reported it. And of course, she happened to, 1, realise it was me, and 2, know where I live. She hammered on my door, screaming about how she was going to drown my cat. I don't have one, my neighbour's cat just loves me. Smash my window, and then catch me when I was walking home. Now, my roommate is also a recluse, I've said in previous posts that he basically stays in his room and only leaves to go to uni or grab a beer and some food. But he is angry at the way this lady is screaming at me. He stomps downstairs, yanks the door open while she's mid-scream, and glares down at her. He's 6'7" tall and a rugby player, so he's basically a walking muscle. If I didn't know that he liked to cry at anime while hugging us on the sofa, I'd think he was terrifying. But this lady wasn't privy to this information. So she looks up at this angry, massive northerner and just trembles as he says in a very low, threatening voice, "You need to get off our property and take your car. If you so much as blink at my roommate and I hear about it, I'll not only call the council for the dog poo you flung on our driveway, but I'll call the police for damage to property and harassment. Now get lost, lady." Safe to say, she ran faster than I've ever seen her run. Last week I heard from the neighbour that the council worker had sold her car for scraps. She never got the thing fixed, just to pay off the £4,200 of fines she'd racked up. And every time I walk to the train station and see the mobility scooter parked on her drive, it feels like another little win. In my 35 years of being in sales and sales management, that was by far the most interesting performance review I have ever witnessed. I was working with B2B sales company. We sold services to companies basically. And this company had managed to hire the most incompetent, lazy, and jealous sales manager I have ever come across. We were a team of 5 salespeople and a sales manager. All 5 of us salespeople hated our sales manager for various reasons, but we liked her personally. I was the top salesperson on the team. I was sitting at 170% of my yearly objective and was well on my way to President's Club. This is largely because I was the only salesperson on the team with real sales experience, and the sales manager was too incompetent to train a team. So my VP came down for our yearly performance reviews and I was called in first. It was my VP and Mrs. B, short for not a nice lady. I was expecting a positive performance review. Right off the bat, Mrs. B hits me with, "Sting, you know our location hasn't been performing at objective for a number of years, and we suspect this is because salespeople are misrepresenting their daily work." I'm taken back. "Sting, I don't think you're actually doing what you say you are doing in your CRM. This is something that could get you fired." I looked at Mrs. B and I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah." I hit her back with, "I'm shocked you decided to go this route." Mrs. B with a confident smile said, "We gotta do what it takes to get this location on objective." I said, "Alright, let's play a game. Mrs. B, pick a day, any day in the CRM, and let me prove to you that I went to all my appointments and did all my stops as recorded."
Well, Sting, I'm not saying you never go in the field. I just think some days you stay at home and put in BS notes about the CRM.
I said, "Mrs. B, pick a day, any day. Pick a day you'd think I'd lied about my sales activities." So, Mrs. B picks a day. Now, I'm smiling ear to ear, and I'm heated right now. I notice the VP is smiling at me, and his head is slanted to one side. I suspect he knew Mrs. B was about to get absolutely owned, and he was right. So, she gives me the day, and I turn to the VP. "Mr. VP, are you aware of how Android phones work?" VP responds, "Enlighten me." I said, "By default, Android has location services turned on, and in fact, Google will track where you went and when. Naturally, I carry my phone everywhere. So let's compare what Google says I did that day to what my CRM says." So, I pull up my Google location services for that day, and surprise, surprise, it's a match. Mrs. B is obviously very concerned at this point. I said, "I'm actually quite enjoying this performance review. Let's pick another day, Mrs. B." Mrs. B fires back, "We don't need to do that." I turn to the VP. "Mr. VP, would you mind picking a day?" He says, "Sure, what about the 3rd of the 3rd? He pulls up my CRM. I pull my location services for that day. Guess what? It's a match. I then get ready to pull out the big guns. "Mr. VP, do you remember company XYZ with a contract value of excess of 1 million that we lost recently?" "Yes, Sting, I remember. Apparently our competitor won them over on price. We can't win them all." "Mr. VP, here is an email from their VP basically stating that they've decided not to go with us for our failure to provide 3 samples for them to decide on which product would work best for them.
Sting, can you forward that to me? Sure, not a problem, Mr. VP. Forward it over. Mr. VP, while I'm at this, let me forward you over several email chains before this where I clearly asked Mrs. B to order those samples. In fact, it's in those very same email chains she confirmed that she had in fact ordered the sample. He asked me to forward those emails to him, so I did. Now, Mr. VP, I had our service department look to see if any orders had been placed for those samples. No orders were actually placed. He said, I'm going to look into this. Mrs. B is very distressed at this point. My performance review has just turned into her performance review, and stuff's not going right. Mr. VP, I have one more thing I'd like to bring to your attention. Do you mind if I step outside for a minute so I can show you? He said, sure. I need to have a talk with Mrs. B anyway. Now, I need to mention that several years prior to this, a general manager at another location sexually assaulted a woman. The company was sued and lost a lot of money because of this. Since this incident in the company put a very clear-cut policy, no sexual relations between management and people who work for them, it's immediate termination for the manager. Now, another sales consultant in the office was named Joe. Joe was a married man with 2 beautiful kids, and Mrs. B had the hots for him. She tried it on with him multiple times, twice on text. Joe and I had talked about if he should report this transgression. I walked into the sales office and said, Joe, I think it's time we get a new sales manager. You got those texts? He looks at me and goes, is today gonna be the day? I said, today's gonna be the day. All the sales staff knew what was going on. The mood of the office was lifted. Joe and I begin walking back to the conference room when the location manager, who was not a part of the performance review, saw Joe and I. He asks, what's going on? And Joe said, you're going to need to hire a new sales manager soon. Location manager was confused. He said he's coming into the meeting. We said fine. I knocked on the door. Mr. VP said come on in, so I did. There we stood. Joe, myself, and the location manager. Mrs. B knew exactly what was about to happen. We all took our seats and I asked the VP, Mr. VP, I just want to clarify a company policy. Sure. Is it true that if a manager tried to engage in a sexual relationship with a direct report, that it's immediate termination for that manager? Mr. V sits up straight, takes a moment and goes, yes, if something like that came to my attention, my hands would be tied and I'd have to fire the manager. I said, well, Joe has something he wants to show you. Mrs. B got up and walked out of the conference room. She was about to cry, you could tell. Her world, her career, had just been completely wrecked, and I don't think she wanted to be around for the end. Joe went on to tell the VP how he's a happily married man with 2 beautiful kids, and Mrs. B kept hitting on him. In fact, she had sent him numerous sexual texts, and on 2 occasions openly invited him to come sleep with her, once in the office and once at his home, even after he had made it clear he wasn't going to sleep with her. Mr. VP asked to see the texts and Joe provided them. The VP asked him to screenshot those and email those over. Joe said he would. Then, the VP said, I'm going to need both of you to go back into the sales office. The location manager and I have some talking to do. We walked back into the sales office. I noticed the sales manager office had looked clean out. Apparently, Mrs. B was bawling. She was a wreck and crying. And she said she was going home. Joe laughed and said, yeah, she won't be coming back. It was about 20 to 25 minutes when the VP came into the sales office and asked me to come into the conference room again. So I did. I sat down and the VP said, well, I would like to inform you that Mrs. B has been terminated effectively immediately. With this being said, after your performance review and looking over your numbers, you are our top sales rep in this location and deserve nothing short of stellar remarks on your review, and you'll be getting that. I said, thank you. I do have one question. He said, sure, anything. How do I apply for the new sales manager job that just opened up? Mr. VP laughed and said, you sure do like to strike while the iron is hot, don't you? I said I do. He said he would let the location manager know and I'd be able to put in my application. I thanked him and he said, no, thank you. In my 35 years of being in sales and sales management, this was by far the most interesting performance review I have ever witnessed. I did not end up getting promoted. I ended up quitting shortly after this because they decided not to promote me and instead hired a guy with no sales experience to be our sales manager, and this rubbed me the wrong way. Also, our service department sucked and couldn't deliver on what I was selling, and another company offered me more money. I just remembered at the start, they said that they liked her personally, so I can't imagine what they would have done if they actually didn't like her personally, oh my god.
The client is not always right. This just happened. Couldn't wait to get home and post. I'm on cloud 9. I work at a big ad agency with large companies as our clients. We expect to work in partnership with our clients. We fire clients that treat us poorly. Usually, we treat each other with respect. Our biggest client has 5 different teams we work with, and one of them was led by Baseball Dad. Baseball Dad was the type of necklace marshmallow who gets wasted at his kid's baseball game and starts heckling the other kids. Just a boorish douchebag. He never approved any of our work, putting out awful stuff that his internal team made even though he is literally paying us millions of dollars to make ads for him. His product was struggling to sell, and he blamed us, even though we were doing really well with the other 4 teams. He didn't know this, which comes back to bite him later. However, none of this is why we needed revenge. I don't care if a client wants to fail, I collect my paycheck regardless. However, he crossed several lines. 1, he was extremely sexist. He used to call my female co-workers sweetheart in the most condescending voice, comment on their clothes/bodies, and wink/smirk at me while they were talking, because we are both men, I guess. These women are highly accomplished, serious people, and they are like family to me. Huge misplay on his part. Baseball Dad was abusive to us. He would constantly interrupt us, tell us to shut up, call us vendors, and remind us he could fire us at any time. Baseball Dad would lie. He would tell his boss, actual nice guy but too busy to check closely, that we missed deadlines or forgot deliverables because he never checked his email. We would then have to awkwardly struggle to prove Baseball Dad wrong without calling him a liar so we could keep the business. He never owned up to anything he said to us on the phone. The final straw took place on a call between Baseball Dad and one of my project managers. I saw her run out of a room crying. She told me Baseball Dad said to her in a one-on-one call that she should worry less about budgets and more about wearing that nice top she wore at our last presentation. Gross. Revenge time. I told my cool boss that our team had enough of Baseball Dad. We were at our wits' end with his crap. Several of my co-workers were looking for new jobs. It's hard to hire good people, so my boss asked me to give her a day to figure this out. She wanted to lose Baseball Dad without the entire business. The next day, she showed up with our IT guy, who set up a voice recording on our conference line. It's illegal to record people without consent in my state, but Baseball Dad was late to every call. Too bad, because if he had ever shown up on time, he would have heard the new message kicking off every call. This call is being recorded. His team heard it and had no problem with it. I suspect they hated him too. For the next 2 weeks, we recorded everything. Every word of it. One of my audio engineers made a supercut of every terrible thing Baseball Dad said. Every sweetheart, shut up, no one cares what you think. My project manager even baited him into repeating what he said about her clothes on a budget call. This time, he literally said, "You're much better at flirting than budgets, sweetheart. That's why I like you." The supercut sounded insane when played all together. It was like an incredible piece of evidence. We sent it to his boss and his vice president and threatened to walk away from the work 2 weeks before product launch if Baseball Dad wasn't disciplined. They immediately apologized and begged us not to leave. They said it would be handled by Monday. My one sweet project manager he had been so gross to got the best part of the revenge. She anonymously sent the supercut to his wife using the email address she had posted on LinkedIn. I don't know what became of that, but I imagine it wasn't good. On Monday, Baseball Dad wasn't on the call. My boss snooped and found out that he had a few complaints prior and got immediately fired after we sent it through. He didn't see vendors as people, so he was shocked that his words towards us counted against his 3-strike policy. Apparently, he melted down completely as he was being fired. He said it was all because we were incompetent, but the other 4 team leads had all put in their numbers and said that it wasn't on our end. Their products were slaying. Wish I could have seen it. I imagine he came home to a very angry wife as well. We are all hitting the bar tonight in his honour. Screw you, baseball dad. Well, that guy sounds like a bit of a prick. How to train your roommate. A fortnight intervention. I had 3 roommates, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs. All of us were 20 to 21 years old, yet I was the only person in the house that wasn't completely burnt from college, snowboarding, and partying. In turn, I was always the one cleaning, taking out the trash, shoveling snow, patching holes in the wall, setting up the Wi-Fi, etc. I held the lease, the utilities, the Wi-Fi, and was the sole point of contact for landlords, neighbours, repairmen, anyone. My roommate, who lived upstairs with me, was privileged. He didn't work, his parents paid for his lifestyle, and didn't bother to check up too often. We had an adjoined bathroom. Basically, if I open my bathroom door in my room, and he opens his in his room, we can sit on our beds and look each other in the face. The bathroom was quite small, so it was maybe 15 feet from bed to bed. He would always leave his bathroom door open, then loudly play Fortnite all night, screaming, "Let's go!" or "We got the dub, boys!" waking me up multiple times a night. In the past, I was cool with everyone having weird hours and our life being a flurry of bad choices, but I was growing up, and my friends were not. I had just gotten my first salary job at a large, well-known and hated corporate finance firm, at the bottom, hating life, being overworked, underappreciated, and being hyper-monitored. How long I was angry was a metric they looked at. It was tough. I gained 50 pounds in 6 months tough. I would wake up at 5:30 AM and my roommate would still be playing Fortnite. I started closing his bathroom door before I went to bed. He would just open it 30 minutes later and leave it open. I reached a boiling point one night and asked him to stop playing at night. He blew it off in his usual style, and rather than get angry, I got smart and started planning my revenge. Just like Pavlov's dogs, my friend was highly influenceable. There wasn't a lot of stimulus getting through his skull on a daily basis. First, I tried to be nice. Then, I tried full-on manipulation. I could turn off IPs from being able to connect to my Wi-Fi with ease. I don't think anyone in the house even knew that it was possible. They perceived Wi-Fi as this strange, magic box you plug into an outlet and then it just appears. I started blocking his Xbox IP every night before bed. He started using his phone to tether to his Xbox. I started blocking his phone and his laptop, and then I would switch them back on for like 15 mins, and then disconnect them when he was in the middle of a game. I was trying to get him to believe the Wi-Fi is just messed up late at night. After weeks of hearing him stomp around in frustration, and a couple of calls to the ISP, and convincing, clueless performance by yours truly, he admitted to defeat to the formidable Wi-Fi. My original goal was to make him quieter at night. I figured he would catch on that I was doing it, and simply not yell at 3 AM every night. What happened was much better. He started going to bed at a reasonable time, and waking up at 8 AM to play, when the Wi-Fi was going strong. Unfortunately, his cabal of 20-year-old Fortnite diehards did not have the luxury of not working, and could only play at night. He got bored of playing without his friends, and started hanging out at the local skate and shoe store where our mutual friend worked, and eventually got his very first job out of boredom. I single-handedly conditioned my friend to improve his life and mine, in just 60 days, all without him knowing. That's like an r/wholesome revenge right there. My wife left me, lied about me, I got revenge. My wife decided to take a week-long break about a month and a half ago. She said it had nothing to do with me, she just needed some time on her own. I let her go, and encouraged her even. I only wanted what was best for her. The very next day, she started posting on social media, saying a bunch of things like, "I loved the wrong person," and "You deserve someone that supports you," etc. Standing on the outside, it's easy to assume I did something wrong here, but honestly, I'm a romantic man. I gave 110% into making sure the love of my life had everything. Here's the revenge bit. She asked for a divorce and has been making baseless lies about me to everyone I know over the last month and a half. Well, 2 weeks ago, she got laid off and has been collecting unemployment. I just finished filing a form to report her for fraud since she's working 2 jobs, under the table, that pay more than her previous job, and collecting unemployment on top of it. I also made sure to get her to text me details about said jobs, and screen cap them. Legally, I know I'm in the right, but it's still a crappy, vindicative thing to do. But honestly, I feel so good for screwing her over, knowing she won't be able to afford the house that she kicked me out of anymore. My dad got ProRevenge for me and I didn't even know it. I was a music major all throughout my undergraduate experience, but I went to 2 different undergraduate institutions. The first school I went to was alright, but I had some problems there. I won't list them all, but some examples include a professor literally going crazy in a classroom by threatening to ill 2 students. My voice professor telling me I was nothing special in an offhanded comment like it was no big deal, and I had an emotional breakdown my last entire sophomore year. The kind that other people should have been worried about. I talked to my parents and told them that I needed to drop out of that school and transfer to one closer to home, as I was really miserable. My mum and dad were really supportive of the move, though the problem was, the school I wanted to go to was a much more expensive private school. So they offered to let me live at their house and I could commute from there to save some money. It was only about a 20-minute drive or something. The first semester of my junior year went pretty well. I made some friends, took a lot of interesting classes, and I definitely felt better from a mental health standpoint. I didn't get as good as grades as I would have liked, but this was a private school that had a lot more rigorous standards, so I didn't mind. That is, until the second semester. I was sitting in my advisor's office, a full/tenured professor of, I want to say music composition? I don't really remember. Anyway, he pointed out that I was going to have to take the final level of music theory in order to get my prerequisites out the way. At my old school, I only had to complete music theory levels 1 through 3, but my new school required 1 more semester. I did okay at music theory beforehand, so I agreed and was enrolled. Apparently, there was a huge discrepancy between what my first school taught and my new one. I was floundering, like not C or D level of not getting it, but 20 to 30% F levels of pure confusion. It became clear after a few weeks there was no hope of me being able to pass, so I had a meeting with the 2 professors who taught theory. One was a theory teacher and the other taught sight reading. We agreed that I would drop the course and audit music theory 2 and 3, so I could get caught up. The problem was that these classes were 5 days a week, and since the other class was later in the day, I informed them that I would not be able to make the Tuesday/Thursday class as I already had another class scheduled for that time. The 2 professors were fine with this arrangement as long as I would audit both portions of Music Theory 3 for the next semester. I agreed and thought that was that. Everything seemed fine for a first month. It was clear that I was doing alright as far as the Theory 2 class was concerned, and I only missed one of the classes when a classmate/friend hurt his hand, so I drove him to the hospital. Since I was auditing the class, my classmates and I agreed that it made most sense for me to do it. A little around spring break, I cannot remember if it was before or after, I got home and my parents looked a little perplexed. I asked them what was the matter and my mum handed me a letter. I looked at the letter and it was addressed to my parents. I look at the letter inside and it was, once again, addressed to my parents. I don't remember the exact wording of the letter, but it started off by telling my parents that I had been skipping half of the classes that I had been auditing. It continued on to talk about how irresponsible I was behaving, and I should change my major to something less strenuous, because I was not cut out to be a musician because I clearly didn't have the drive. The letter was signed from my advisor. I was absolutely shocked by this. Now, of course I had told my parents about the arrangement I had made with the other professors before, so when I rapid fire tried to defend myself by reminding them that I had another class at the time and couldn't make it to the other portion, and about my one unexcused absence. Fortunately, my parents believed me, but what they were concerned about is why the letter was sent in the first place. I truly didn't know, and excused myself to my room, saying I had to use the bathroom. Instead, I sat down on my bed and began to cry. I felt absolutely hopeless, empty and worthless. "Hey bud, are you okay?" I didn't even hear my dad open the door to my room. "Oh," I scrambled to compose myself. I felt embarrassed that my dad walked in on me crying. Keep in mind that I was turning 21 soon.
I'm fine. It's alright, buddy, my dad said. I know you're upset, and you have every right to be. Things will get better. I promise you. He then shut the door quietly. Though I was still shaken up by the letter, I managed to power my way through the rest of the semester. I purposely avoided my advisor as much as I could, because every time I saw him, I could feel a panic attack start to come on. In fact, I ended up closing myself off from most of the faculty and the other students. After all, if he had sent this letter home to my parents, who else did he share this opinion with? Worst of all, I didn't know how many of the professors agreed with him. Over the summer, I enlisted the help of a friend from high school to tutor me to help me as much as possible. I also decided to talk to my doctor about antidepressants as well, so I was put on a low dose. By the time the summer was over, I was feeling better and more knowledgeable on the subject. When I came back in the fall, however, I was informed by the office that my advisor had changed. In fact, it appeared that he was just gone at this point. None of the students knew what had happened, and none of the professors seemed to know either. While I was puzzled, I actually felt relieved that he was gone. The rest of the school year was pretty uneventful, and I managed to finally pass Music Theory 4 in the following spring with a C+. I got my degree, but decided to stay on for one more year to turn my English minor into a major. At that point, I was pretty burned out on the whole music thing, and I'm really happy that I had another avenue to pursue. Around 4 or so years later, I was excited to find out that I had been accepted into a PhD English program. I was talking with my dad about how excited I was going to be back to school, since I had spent the last year just adjunct teaching. I'm not sure how the topic came up, but I started talking to him about how worried I was about how the professors were going to be. Spoilers, the professors at my PhD program turned out to be wonderful. They can't be any worse than that crazy professor I had at the old undergraduate, or my advisor that wrote that letter to you and Mum. Remember that? I said. Of course I do, Dad said. I got him fired. I didn't know how to respond to that. All I could do was turn to face him with, I assume, my eyes as wide as I could possibly get them. You never told me that, I said after a couple beats of silence. I'm telling you now, he said. What happened? My dad was not happy to have received the letter from my advisor at all, but he told me that when he found me in my room crying, that he wasn't going to let it slide. A week or so after we got the letter, Dad told me that he had waited until almost the end of the school day on Friday, when he knew I wasn't going to be on campus, and barged into the Dean of Music's office without any warning. He then described a scene in which he spent about half an hour screaming, yes, screaming, at the Dean for allowing such a disrespectful violation of my privacy to have taken place. For those of you who don't know, schools are required to follow the rules of FERPA, or the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which protects the privacy of students in such that schools are not supposed to release records on individual students. When students are minors, only their parents/legal guardians are able to know how a student is progressing, but in college, only the student has that right unless the proper forms have been filled out. I never filled out any such form, so because my advisor had sent the letter to not only my parents' house, but directly addressed to them, he had violated my FERPA rights. My dad had 4 major advantages in his confrontation. First, he had a letter in hand which had been sent from and signed by my advisor. Second, my dad was a school teacher at one point in his life, so he was aware of the FERPA and how serious schools had to take it. Third, he was a businessman, MBA, which doesn't sound like much, but due to the nature of his job, he had made friends with several attorneys over the years. And finally, he had a master's degree in psychology, so he was in full control of the situation the entire time. He demanded that my advisor be fired/forced to resign, which was going to be difficult because he was tenured, or else he would bring down a legal storm on this university. He continued on that the professor had not only violated my FERPA rights, but caused severe emotional trauma to me. And, I'm sure, a lot of other scary sounding, I'm going to sue the crap out of you phrases. When he was finished, he refused to let the dean speak, turned around and walked out of the door. After opening the door, he turned around. And if my son hears about this conversation or gets any retaliation, our next conversation won't be as pleasant as this one. Then he slammed the door and walked out of the building. During the rest of my time at that school, I, clearly, Never heard from anyone what happened, and I didn't recall any form of retaliation. My dad finished his story by telling me that my tenured advisor was then forced to resign, which is why he was gone. Wow, was all I was able to say. Yeah, sorry I never told you about that, my dad said. I didn't want you to worry about things like that. My parents have been extremely supportive of me for my entire life, but it was amazing to hear just how far my dad was willing to go for me. I'm glad he has my back. Thank you, Dad. Love you. Hippity hoppity, you damaged my property. Bippity boppity, I'm calling the coppity. Bippity boppity boo, they're taking your kids too. This happened shortly after college. My mum is a retired, disabled woman who now owns our house on a quiet residential cul-de-sac. She's lived there longer than anyone else. Her neighbourhood has designated parking spaces at the end of the cul-de-sac, all with the addresses of each house painted in the parking space. My mum doesn't get out much, so I use her designated parking space. At the time, we lived in the same city and I visited her weekly to bring groceries, fix broken things, cook for her, etc. My mum parked her car in the backyard of her house since she went out so little. Mum kept busy by gardening or baking/buying cookies for the children on the street. Mum's neighbour, Ivy, never parked well. Whenever I stopped by, her car was always parked so close to my car that I had to park on the curb. I wouldn't have cared about Ivy's piss poor parking, but for two things. One, she had 4 or 5 kids and had parties almost every weekend, leaving trash in Mum's yards. 2, I loved my car. A 2016 metallic ice blue Dodge Challenger Hellcat, the first car I had ever purchased brand new. I washed that car once a week, detailed the interior, and had rules against eating, drinking, or even leaving trash in my car. It was my pride and joy. Mum had called the police throughout Ivy's residence because of the parties. Ivy's guests would fill up the cul-de-sac with their cars, obstructing traffic and get into loud, drunk fights at and after midnight. I often found empty beer bottles, empty condom wrappers, cigarette butts, and empty crack baggies on the fence between the properties, mostly on Ivy's side of the fence. This is all important information. One Saturday while having dinner at Mum's house, I heard a loud crash and my car alarm went off. I ran outside to see Ivy's older model Honda Accord back out of her parking space and speed down the street. Ivy's Accord had a dent from the front bumper to the door and the headlight had popped out. I approached my Challenger with trepidation and screamed in anguish at what I saw. My car, my beautiful 3-week-old car with less than 500 miles on it, had a dent stretching from the passenger's door to the front bumper and the right front wheel was tilted at a 30-degree angle. I was livid and in anguish as I called the police, filed an online claim with my insurance and arranged a tow truck to take my damaged car to the dealership. The estimated cost of repairs came out to $3,400 US. Total cost of repair was eventually $6,500. I had a low insurance deductible, $100, but my car was parked and Ivy owed for the damages. For 2 weeks I knocked on Ivy's door or waited for her to come home. She stopped driving her damaged Accord and either rented or borrowed a Ford Fusion. When she was home, she didn't answer the door. When she wasn't, she stayed away until my rental car, a Dodge Charger, left Mum's parking space. I left a note on Ivy's door for her to call me, but only received harassing calls from the restricted phone numbers or people blaring air horns in my ear when I answered. The revenge. About 2 weeks after the accident, Ivy's children came to Mum's house for some cookies. I noticed that 2 of them had bruises around their eyes. If Ivy hadn't have hit my car, I still would have done what I did, but maybe not as underhandedly. I had Mum take pictures with and of the children, but waited until the next party to strike. Ivy had a party that night, or the night after. Mum called me to let me know, and I installed an app onto my phone that gave me a fake phone number. I called 911 and reported the party. There's a loud party at 1007 Mountain Drive, and I'm worried because the children are around all these drunk adults. Please, hurry. Mum called me to let me know the police had arrived. I drove to her house, stopping by the grocery store, so that appeared to be the reason, and saw Ivy and her boyfriend, Bane, already sitting in the back of the squad car. From a news broadcast that night, I found out that Bane had warrants for his arrest. Initially, the charges were disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. However, Mum turned over the photos of the children, anonymously mailing them through the post office with Ivy's address and name as the return address. Less than a week later, Ivy and Bane were charged with child abuse charges. I think Bane was charged with more severe charges as well for abusing Ivy's daughter. Either way, the children ended up being in foster care and Ivy and Bane ended up in prison. I mean, the child abuse charges and the disorderly conduct, that's a crime, don't get me wrong. But I think the real crime here was that they estimated $3,400 for a repair, and it actually ended up being $6,500. Like, that's not a very good estimate, I can tell you that. The school's revenge. The worst teacher. In my old school, there was a substitute teacher that nobody liked. And I mean nobody. She was the kind of teacher who would give out creative punishments to those who she disliked. Let me explain. Her class would start with her stepping into the classroom and distributing a worksheet. Then, she would ask us to do the worksheet, but interrupt us to tell us a story, which happened to be about her poor son with cancer. Pay attention, this will be important soon. When we tried to do our worksheets, she would dish out ridiculous punishments for not listening to her. Insane, right? At the end of the class, we would end up with nothing finished and an angry teacher because we didn't do any of the worksheets that the poor substitute teacher gave out. After my first terrible class with her, where several people had been punished for whispering, standing outside the class, someone had even been punished for sneezing without covering his mouth. He had to stand outside the toilet entrance. And several who had evidently had past interactions with her were also subject to the same treatment. She moved their tables to the back of the class. I complained about the teacher to everyone else in my school bus. To my surprise, lots of them had also had classes with her, and all of them hated her. But what one senior knew was the cherry on the cake. Apparently, he had met the teacher's son. The son was perfectly fine, as he had already recovered from cancer. Everything the teacher had ever told us about her poor son was a lie, and about how he still suffered from the affliction. We lost all sympathy for her. That was it. We slowly, methodically, waited for the end of the year, getting as many people into our plan as possible. In the end, it seemed like half the school had rallied behind our secret movement. We sent emails to everyone in the know. All the emails were identical, so it might have been a great shock to the office staff when they received over 100 identical complaint letters about that one teacher on the last day of school, each with a different name signed on it. Although it was mentioned in discipline briefing, nobody was punished. And we never saw that teacher again. And that was the school's revenge. There was only ever two types of substitute teachers. There was the ones that you hated and the ones you loved. Like, there was no like or dislike. It was hate or love. It was so weird. Justice in the face of a gummy bear. So, around a year ago, I was 21 at the time, I went on an exchange semester in Mannheim, Germany. I also rented a room at a moderate price. I shared the house I was living in with 3 other people. My landlord, who was in their early 30s, and 2 other exchange students, also 21 years old, both Austrians. One of them stayed a semester like me, one stayed a full year. We were allowed into our house because we could all speak German, although mine wasn't that good. Everything seemed cool and okay. The other students were like my best friends. We hung out together like any student would do. Gaming, going out, making memes, important for the story, etc. After a while, I started to notice that some of my food started missing. First, it was just rice and other cheap groceries that were being stolen. I barely noticed it, thought I was hallucinating. But after like 2 months, it got worse when bottles of wine and pieces of meat started going missing, etc. Being confused by this, I decided to tell my roommates, who were facing the same problem, since we were sharing a kitchen, including a fridge and cabinets to store our food. Through sharing our stories, we concluded that our landlord was doing this, and oh boy were we right. When we confronted him about it, he got very offended, started screaming and cussing. He was screaming stuff like, "It's my house and I'll do what I want in it. I will plunder your stuff, like Germany did in World War II to your countrymen." I'm Dutch. So to say, that wasn't very helpful for us, so me and my roommates tried to make a plan to stop him on an evening of chilling and laughing. Landlord wasn't there. I'm not sure which one of us came with the initial idea anymore, but at one point we were laughing about the devilish £5 bag of gummy bears. As this is a meme, they got hilarious reviews because of their extremely laxative effect on Amazon. They had cost us together around €40, which at that point was just 20% of what our landlord stole from us in terms of food and drinks, so worth it. Now the best part comes. When they arrived, we took a few of them and put them in 3 bags, each for one of our areas we put our food in. Next day, the bathroom was occupied all day long, as expected, since our landlord thought those gummy bears were a delicious late night snack. He texted me one time, "Why would you eat those bears? They are evil." I responded with, "Oh, they were a gift from my parents. Thanks for taste testing." Safe to say, I wasn't bothered by him stealing my food anymore. After me and the other roommate left our friend behind at the end of the semester, our landlord fell back into his old practices again with our successors. Although our roommate had a deterrent for this, the gummy bears. Soon I received the text he fell for the same trick again. Justice was served again. This was literally the most hilarious experience and sweetest revenge I ever had. The landlord was probably looking at the gummy bears the second time around like, these weren't good to me last time, but maybe just one. Hey guys. Bad neighbor bullies struggling immigrants for 15 years. Their kid gets revenge, and the bad neighbor loses custody of her kid and is forced to move out of their house. Spoiler alert, I'm the kid. A bit of context first. I'm an only child, born in the USA to older parents. They were both 45 when I was born, who immigrated from Venezuela in the 90s. When I was 2, my dad was shot in the head. He lived for another 13 years, but the incident permanently damaged certain parts of his brain, and he was a completely different person for those last 13 years. He went from being the most loving, incredible, caring, compassionate person around to an aggressive, violent douchebag who blew up over the smallest things, but only ever in his inner circle, me, my mother, or other close family. He always managed to keep his composure around strangers for fear of someone calling the police and him getting arrested, but he would later let it all out on my mum and myself, admittedly mostly me. After the shooting, he could never work again, and my mum was forced into the position of being the family's sole breadwinner. We lived in poverty for many years, because the USA wouldn't recognise her college degree and she couldn't afford to go to college again, so she couldn't work in her field and had to start at the bottom of the ladder. Dad eventually died when I was 15 of issues relating to his shooting. Now, when I was 7, my parents decided to move into a town with a better reputation for their schools than the one we were currently living in, so that I could attend a better school. They bought a house literally on the edge of town. Most of this town is incredibly expensive, but because on the other side of our street, and across the town line, there's a big complex of government subsidized housing, our area is much cheaper. This is the house with the bad neighbor. The house is a 3-family. For the last 16 years, we have owned and occupied the first floor, while the terrible neighbor lived on the second floor, until recently. The third floor has been occupied by over 10 owners and tenants over these years. None have stayed more than 3 or 4 years, and some have stayed as little as a handful of months. Now, the second floor woman, let's call her Karen, because, obviously, she has a husband, who we'll call Bill, and they have a young son, Henry. Here's the story. When we moved in, Karen and Bill had already been here for a few short months. The 3 of us on the first floor, Karen and Bill on the second, and the original third floor owners, bought the house from the same crew, who had bought it and turned it into a 3-family, fixing it up in the process. Karen quickly showed her true colours as a bully. Over the years, there's been countless examples of nasty stuff she's pulled. Her husband, Bill, is an immigrant himself and doesn't speak very good English. He's very submissive to her and does whatever she wants, but in front of other people, makes himself out to be the physical dominant. In our first years here, they used to fight a lot, which we regularly heard from downstairs. They would yell, sometimes for hours, and occasionally it seemed like things got violent. Henry was born maybe 10 years ago. He doesn't factor into the story until much later. But anyways, the point is, whatever Karen's done, she's always gotten away with it. Here are a couple highlights. My mum always took pride in how well she took care of our trash bin and recycling bin. Every month, she'd give them a quick rinse after that week's trash day, just to make sure that they wouldn't develop a smell or a colony of bacteria wouldn't move in. Karen, apparently, wasn't so diligent, and one time, her recycling bin got really nasty. And I mean really nasty. So, she just left it out back. Context, behind the house isn't a backyard, it's just pavement with a parking spot designated for each unit, and began using ours. Lo and behold, ours started to get nasty, and Mum quickly went from spending a quick 3 minutes rinsing it out every month to about 45 minutes scrubbing with soap and water to clean it out. Eventually, we decided we'd had enough, and she and Dad sent Karen and the third floor tenants at the time a polite but firm email that basically said, "Whoever started using our recycling bin, please stop and use your own. You never asked our permission, and we take good care of it. And ever since you began using it, it's become disgusting." We knew it was Karen and Bill, but Mum and Dad figured it was more polite without a call out, and they didn't want to start anything. Within a week, 2 things happened. Karen and Bill got a brand spanking new recycling bin, and 1 week, we found ours had been mysteriously destroyed. Someone took a sharp object to it and cut it to pieces. We had no way of knowing who it was, but we had a pretty good feeling we knew exactly who it was. Yes, we had to get a new one. Because we had no evidence of who did it though, my parents didn't say anything about it. Back when we could afford a car, we haven't had one since our first few years here, we used our parking space out back. Every time that Karen and Bill hosted a party, which back then was surprisingly frequent, they would toss their trash over their balcony into the general vicinity of the trash and recycling bins out back, which is literally right next to our designated parking spot. Most of the dents we had on our old 88 Toyota were from bottles thrown from the second floor balcony. We had windows break a couple times. Same deal. Each time it happened, my parents would politely go upstairs, knock on Karen and Bill's door, and respectfully ask them to stop throwing stuff over the balcony, because we know you don't mean it, but sometimes it accidentally hits our car. Each time they went and did that, Karen and Bill stopped, but they would do it again until they got caught during their next party. Again though, my parents never wanted to escalate the situation, so they never justified taking it further than knocking on her door and politely asking them to stop. This is another example of Karen's utter bad behaviour, but it's also relevant for the revenge part of the story, so I'm putting it after the bullet point section. Our basement is shared between all 3 units. Each unit has its designated space boxed out, kind of like office cubicles, and there's some designated common area in between. Years ago, maybe like 8 or 9, Karen and Bill completely filled their designated basement cubicle, so they just started piling stuff all over the common area. Eventually, they developed this enormous pile of junk in front of Unit 1's, our unit, oil tank, for heating. My mum and dad never said anything because it happened over a long period of time and they didn't want to start a fight. And as far as I know, none of the 3rd floor folks ever said anything either. But it got to the point where she and her husband were taking up common area space that was easily twice the size of their designated cubicle. Now, I'll be the first to admit that for many years, my parents and I weren't great neighbours either. We didn't bully anyone, but due to my dad's condition, he could be triggered by seemingly anything. And suddenly, he'd be in a rage and we'd all be yelling. I grew up in that generally chaotic environment. And yeah, there were several times when the police were called to our house for noise disturbances. But we kept our problems to ourselves, and we were nothing but polite and respectful to all of our neighbours. Always. That said, you can imagine that our first priority was always my dad and his stability, and we had enough on our hands with that. So he and mum always swallowed their pride and avoided doing anything to antagonise Karen, no matter how bad her behaviour got. And believe me, there are plenty more stories on top of the ones I told above. After my dad died, I developed my own issues for a while, with mental health. Growing up in a constantly chaotic, violent, aggressive environment took its toll on me, and for a time, I had deeply depressive tendencies. I struggled with suicidality for years, and eventually wound up graduating high school after 8 years of attending classes in some form or another. Similar to when my dad was sick, I became my mother's top priority at that point. So again, Karen and Bill kept getting away with all her BS. I got better though. Nowadays, I'm even off my psychiatric medication. I got my stuff together and graduated high school, and even college. I have my bachelor's, and I'm doing some postgrad stuff for a master's. Most of the way has been paid for by scholarships. But I recently decided that as an adult now, and therefore as someone with little more say in things around the house than when I was a kid, I have had enough of watching Karen bully my parents, particularly my mother, for so many years. I wanted revenge. Phase 1 of my plan was to ease my way into the adult condo administration dialogue. I began helping out more around the house, as in around the common area parts. I single-handedly redid the back porch's flooring. It sounds like more than it is. I just pulled out all of the floorboards and nailed new ones in. I replaced both storm doors, about 6 months apart, when each one began having problems. Different kinds of problems, it doesn't matter what they were. I also took care of some comparatively smaller things. I weed whacked out back for a couple hours, cut the grass out front a few times, I got up early so I could beat everyone else to the shoveling every time it snowed one winter. Not 18 to 19, but 17 to 18. I also began wheeling back everyone's recycling and trash bins after a trash week every week, not just our own. After the first 2 bullet point stuff, each time I sent out an email to everyone in the condo to let them know that I had taken care of it, and that all I asked of the other 2 units was them to reimburse me 1/3 of the cost of the materials, on their timetable. Because of course, I hadn't given them the heads up, so it was only fair that I allowed them to pay when they can. The smaller stuff from the last bullet point, obviously, I didn't need to announce. The idea just was that over time, the neighbours would see me taking more initiative in things and be more active, which would just go on to justify me participating more in inter-condo politics. I also made a point to keep conversations to emails, so that there would be a written record of every interaction. Phase 2 of my plan ran pretty much concurrently to Phase 1, but had an entirely different purpose and was overall entirely different. I began gathering evidence of everything I could. I asked my mum to track down the old emails she and dad had exchanged with the neighbours, documenting many instances that Karen and Bill had pulled stuff. I went downstairs and took a video of Karen and Bill's mess all over the common area, particularly emphasising all the highly flammable wooden and cardboard stuff that they had piled up in front of our oil tank. I dug up and pored over the deed to our apartment, specifically the sections that detailed the rules around the common areas and limitations of our unit as compared to the others, and vice versa. To my utter joy, Mum and Dad never threw out that old recycling bin that Karen and/or Bill had messed up. Apparently because they just never knew what to do with it and never wanted anyone to ask questions. Naturally, I dug it up and took plenty of photos. I did one other evidence gathering thing that needs a bit more explanation. Karen and Bill are awful parents. Mum and I regularly hear the stuff they do to Henry through the very thin ceiling we have here. I'm decidingly not going to go into detail because even though I changed his name, he's still underage and I feel it would be disrespectful to him to do that. But let's just say it crosses far into the realm of child abuse. This is a topic I'm particularly sensitive about because I grew up in a bad situation myself, so believe me when I say this part is the most satisfying part of my revenge. Let's just say that every time I could hear stuff through the ceiling, I took out my phone and started recording until it stopped. Finally, phase 3 of my plan was to basically bait Karen and/or Bill into a trap I set. That, as it turns out, would have humongous consequences for them. Mum and I have this old treadmill that we got for free. It's in the kitchen, and lately we've come to the conclusion that it takes up just a little too much space. We both use it a little, but not enough to justify keeping it. She wanted to toss it out, but I argued hard to keep it around because I knew I could use it for this plan. It would be my only shot. Remember how I mentioned we haven't had a car for years? Well, eventually, I convinced Mum to let me put the treadmill outside in our parking space out back. I bought a large tarp to cover it with so it would be protected from the rain, and I told her I'd start using it more if it was outside because it's nicer to do exercise in the fresh air. I also sent out an email to Karen, CC'd to Bill, and the current 3rd floor folks, asking her to move all the things in front of our oil tank in the basement somewhere else, despite the fact that those things had been there for many years. I justified addressing it now because I'm the one addressing it, and that's different from before, because before I was a child, and now I'm an adult who actively participates in the intercondo dialogue. I asked her to because the way she currently had it set up, it's a safety hazard, and I'm just following the rules. I further let her know that if she and Bill didn't take care of it within a handful of weeks, that I would have no choice but to take care of it myself. In the same email, I let everyone know that I was putting our treadmill in our parking space out back, so that if anyone had trouble with getting into their spot, to please let me know. The same day I sent out the email, I put the treadmill out back. Now, I figured nothing was going to change from all the other emails I had sent about matters regarding the condo's administration, and nothing did. She and Bill never acknowledged anything. The current 3rd floor guy didn't want anything to do with going up against Karen, so he just thanked me for the heads up about the treadmill and said nothing else. It's also important to note here that my real reason for mentioning the treadmill in the email wasn't in case anyone has trouble getting into their parking spot. Needless to say, sure, a treadmill in a kitchen is pretty big and obnoxious, but a treadmill off to the side of an automobile parking space isn't really a big at all. Plus, I placed it in such a way that it wasn't in anyone's way, giving everyone ample room to maneuver around. It was just there, off to the side. The reason I mentioned the treadmill in the email was to alert her to its presence, and perhaps associate it in her mind with my request for her to move all her stuff in the basement. I also began using it, at least 3 mornings a week. I timed it so that sometimes Karen and Bill would run into me as they left to drive Henry to school. Every time I saw them, I waved and greeted to ensure they'd notice me on the treadmill. Mum also used it a few times, but she wasn't part of my plan, so I have no idea if she ever ran into them while on it. Here's the other thing I did. I set up a video camera in our laundry basket. See, we have it permanently in the pantry, next to the pantry window that faces the back area. I buried it beneath the clothing so that from outside you can't even see it. But I bought a few massive, memory storage wise, not physically, SD cards and kept the thing recording 24/7 with a timestamp. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. The camera recorded nothing suspicious and Karen and Bill didn't move their stuff in the basement. Their time was up. So one night, I got up at around 1 AM when everyone else was asleep so nobody would hear me and went downstairs to move their stuff. Guys, I can't express to you how much I enjoyed this. I bought a GoPro, put it on my noggin, and carefully recorded the entire hour and a half of moving stuff around. I took the enormous pile of junk in front of Mum and I's oil tank and found a way to fit all of it into their designated storage cubicle. In the end, it was packed. I have mild OCD, and I nearly had an orgasm at the end of how well organised, physically, everything was, so that everything was neatly packed together, and all the space was used at maximum efficiency. It was glorious. Packed from floor to ceiling, and almost wall to wall, all around. If you can just imagine one massive, near-perfect rectangular prism of junk, that's what I had created. It was a masterpiece. I was so proud. On the side the door was on, there was enough space to walk around to either wall, but you couldn't move into it anywhere. I got back upstairs to our apartment and couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I was beyond excited. I wound up watching Infinity War to prepare for Ant-Man and the Wasp's then upcoming release. Sure enough, Karen and Bill took the bait. I must have been at school or work when they first discovered the basement because I never heard a thing about it. In hindsight, it's probably best I was out, even though I would have savoured those angry shrieks like nothing ever before. In any case, within a few days, we discovered our treadmill destroyed. Similarly to the recycling bin of the years past, it had been messed up. I can imagine they probably wanted to straight up take a hammer to it, but they didn't want to make much noise. So they wound up just tearing the thing apart with a really big and really sharp object. They had seen that we were using it, and aside from our trash and recycling bins, it was our only property that they had access to at that point. Several years back, I filled up the rest of the wall of our basement cubicle and installed a door with a lock, so our cubicle is now sealed off to everyone else, but the others are open and anyone can enter. Plus, I can imagine destroying a $1,000 treadmill is infinitely more tempting than a trash or recycling bin. So they went for it in retaliation for my stunt in the basement. After moving their mess in the basement, I started timing my treadmill use differently so that I wouldn't run into them. As soon as I saw it after they destroyed it, I went straight to the camera I had set up in the pantry. It caught the whole thing. In true fashion of their relationship, Bill brandished an enormous sharp object and single-handedly destroyed the whole thing himself, while she stood next to him and seemingly ordered him to do it. She basically kept pointing around at all the parts she wanted him to cut up. With that in hand, I called the police, reported the incident, told them that my mother and I felt threatened by their presence, and we filed a restraining order against both Karen and Bill with the police that same day. I turned over all the evidence I had gathered of all their stuff over the years, and I also turned over the audio clips I had of Karen and Bill terrorizing Henry. I figured since it was all audio and no video, it wouldn't be enough to get him out of their care, but maybe it'd at least get the Department of Children and Families involved. Karen and Bill immediately claimed that I had broken a bunch of their stuff while moving it around in the basement, stuff that they had no doubt had broken themselves. So I offered my GoPro recordings as proof that I had not, in fact, broken any of their stuff while moving it at all. The restraining order a person is allowed to file with a police report is always temporary, but you can always petition the court to extend it. Once Mum and I did that, it was granted. At that point, Karen and Bill had been legally allowed to go back home for about a week, and since it became a longer-term restraining order, they were basically not going to be allowed to live in their home for several years. So they made an obvious choice to sell the house and move elsewhere. Needless to say, selling a house you're not allowed to be near is a difficult task, and moving all your stuff out of said house is even more difficult, particularly when you have so much of it. They wound up coordinating the entire house's sale from afar, with their realtor being the only person who came around to show the house. Once it was time for them to move, some relatives of theirs came round and packed everything up and loaded it into a truck. Also, I was right. Based on my recordings alone, Henry wasn't taken from their custody. But DCF did get involved. I heard from their family that came around to pack up their stuff though, that Karen and Bill did wind up losing custody of him. They didn't say much as to why, but they basically implied that the abuse ramped up a lot after everything went down between me and Karen and Bill, which is the only part I feel guilty about. But in the end, I hope this is a situation where the end justifies the means. At which point, DCF was already sniffing around, so they wound up losing custody of him anyways. I have no idea where Henry wound up, but wherever he is, I have nothing against him, and I hope he winds up in a much better situation than he was. Finally, I will say, for two such inordinately obtuse and disgusting human beings, they had been surprisingly decent family members. The few times I ran into them and made small talk when they were around, they were pretty apologetic about the whole thing. I got the impression that this isn't the first time they're apologising on Karen and Bill's behalf. I hope Henry is taken in by one of them and not chucked into the foster system. Here's hoping, kid. A story of a 15-year-old badass. When I was 14, I started high school, like most 14-year-olds are scheduled to do, but I really didn't feel ready. My older brother died less than a year prior, cardiac arrest, and my life just spiraled from there. My grandma died a month after, cancer, but she was in hospice for a minute, so we knew it was going to happen eventually. And then my older cousin died, breast cancer. She got chemo the year before and was in remission, but it randomly came back strong the second time, so there wasn't anything that could be done. And my grandfather died, trying to be a 96-year-old manly man and put himself in bed from his wheelchair, and he shattered his hip. As it turns out, he had pneumonia that wasn't being treated while he was in the hospital. And so on and so forth. Other people died, and it hit me more and more each time. But I was 13 to 14, and there wasn't anything I thought I could do other than fall into depression and self-harm. Even though I was in an extremely dark place, I was really hopeful that high school would be the opportunity I needed to get my life back. On the first day of school, I was boy crazy because I was hanging out with other girls who were, and I figured that it could be a fix for my depression. My mother is a pastor, so other than getting prayed for and praying, there was nothing being done to treat my depression, and the only thing my mother could think of was to spank me and punish me whenever I self-harmed or isolated myself. I spent the entirety of my first day ogling boys and envying girls I compared myself to. At the end of the school day, I was walking to my bus and saying bye to my friends and bumped into a white boy with long, very curly hair and Coke bottle glasses. He had a bandana wrapped across his head, rainbow tie-dyed shirt, and a faux cow suede vest with fringes. He was holding his skateboard in one hand and smoking a cigarette with the other. When we looked at each other, all I could say was, "My bad, dude. I respect your vibe." And I walked away, occasionally looking back at him, and saw that he was still looking at me, and I waved before getting on my bus, and he waved back. The next day, I asked everyone if they knew a hippie-looking boy with Coke bottle glasses, and finally someone said they knew Tony. They continued to inform me that he was a junior, he was a huge pothead, and that he didn't believe in relationships. So, aside from his ex, no girl can tie him down. They said they always saw him in the drama hallway, with all of the theatre kids. I made a plan with my best friend, Kiki, to go to the drama hallway and pretend to sign up for the play after school. As soon as we went, we were greeted with a round of applause and hugs from the older thespians, who were thrilled to see fresh meat show an interest in their pride and joy. We introduced ourselves, and after announcing my name out loud so all 30-some people could hear me, one person immediately said, "Iris. A girl named Iris. Nice to meet you." And as you probably suspect, it was Tony. My name is actually a dead giveaway of my identity because it's a boy's name and there aren't a lot of girls who share my name. To speed things along, I ended up joining the drama club, primarily because I felt like it was the perfect niche for me, but also because Tony was in it. I signed up to do hair and makeup for the fall play, and Tony was part of the stage crew, where they stay after school every day and assist the contractor in building a custom designed set for each production. I asked him if there was any girls in stage crew, and aside from one older girl who graduated already, it was mainly a small group of guys. As you can guess, I joined, and so did Kiki, because we were adamant in having each other's backs. I was partially interested in woodwork and building at the time. I was 14, and I managed to mount my TV to my wall by myself, so I was looking forward to learning how to use a nail gun, a saw machine, stain wood, design something, take precise measurements, and have everything come together in something beautiful. After week 2 of high school, Kiki and I were staying after school every day to work on the set for the play, and I was able to get to know Tony, without looking too desperate. He asked me to be his girlfriend on the last Friday of September. I told him that it felt like the last true day of summer, and I also told him I'd never had a boyfriend or kissed a guy before. We had an established routine of going to the lake, parallel to my high school, and eating lunch before stage crew started. We had it from 2:15 to 3:30 to be exact. He kissed me after I asked if I could try a cigarette, and I started to cough after one pull. We walked back to the campus holding hands, and it felt like we were making our debut as a couple because almost everyone looked at us. It was like in those high school movies where everyone's attention is on the focal point and it's really dramatic. I felt accomplished because I, as a freshman, was the one who tied down Tony Baloney, one of the 10 most longed for boys in my high school. Little did I know, he was the biggest can of worms in the tri-state area, and my dumbass opened the can, y'all. My brother, who was also a junior, told me I was dumb and advised me to end things with him, but I assumed he was just being protective of me. As we dated, he taught me everything I was willing to learn about. I learned how to skateboard, how to smoke cigarettes without coughing, how to buy them without looking like I wasn't old enough, and which type of cigarettes to smoke. I learned the different levels and intensities of kissing. I learned how to navigate the hallways of high school without looking like a lost duckling, and I smelled weed, for the first time intentionally. Sam, a senior girl in the drama club I worshipped on a semi-regular basis, came up to me and told me that she heard a rumour that I was dating Tony and wanted to let me know. I told her that it wasn't a rumour, and her entire tone shifted. She asked me if I was sure we were officially together because he had a reputation to go for vulnerable freshmen just to manipulate them to have sex. And I told her that we'd already been serious for about a month and I was a virgin, but he respected the fact that I wasn't ready. As soon as I said I was a virgin, her eyebrows went up and she laughed in my face. She apologised for laughing and said, "I'm not laughing at you being a virgin, I just didn't realise Tony wasn't addicted to sex anymore. When we were together, all he wanted to do was have sex with me, so I broke up with him. I didn't realise he's a new person now, and I never really fell out of love with him. Thank you for letting me know." I should have paid more attention to what she said about the sex thing, but I was so jealous. She was the ex, and she was a senior, and she was such a confident badass. I told him about the conversation during our daily lunch at the lake, and he said that, "Even though 30% of me would still date Sam, and 80% of me would definitely still screw her, I'm crazy about you, and I don't want to lose you." And I thought that was the most romantic thing ever. In an effort to compete with her, I started adjusting my style and wore more black. I wasn't willing to give up my virginity to compete with her, but I knew that her and Tony both smoked weed and drank. I also heard rumours about Tony being a drug dealer and selling weed, acid, molly, coke, shrooms, and etc. But I didn't believe it to be true for a second. In October, he told me about a Halloween/birthday party his friend was throwing and asked me if I could come. I meticulously planned it out. I asked my mum if I could spend the night at a friend's house nearby, and she happily agreed, thinking that my mental health was finally improving. I went to CVS and used my lunch money to buy liquid eyeliner and dark red lipstick. After school, we went to his house and I met his very sweet and liberal parents. We stayed in the movie area of the basement and watched Bench Warmers, and made out the whole time. He directed my hand to where he wanted it, y'all know what I'm saying, and showed me the specific motion. I didn't feel confident enough to continue, so I straddled him and attempted to grind in skinny jeans. After 10 minutes of that nonsense, I felt like a new woman, and he was definitely proud of me. We went upstairs to eat dinner shortly after, and being in the presence of a functional family that loved and respected each other made me feel so uncomfortable, so I was pretty silent. After we all ate dessert and watched Adventure Time in the living room, he drove me to my friend's house and we planned to meet up at the party. I wore black shorts with fishnets underneath, combat boots, and a grey cropped sweater with black skulls on it. My friend did my makeup and we walked 10 blocks in late October weather without coats at 10:30 PM to the party. When we got there, we saw grown adults between 80 to 30 years old and we thought we were at the wrong place. I saw his ex, Sam, and realised I was exactly where I needed to be. A 26-year-old man greeted me, saying he was Tony's best friend, and gave me a vodka bottle filled with what I thought was just orange juice. I never tasted alcohol, so I didn't realise that it was the weird taste I noticed in the orange juice, and I drank the entire thing without really pausing, on an empty stomach. As soon as Tony came, several guys rushed to greet him, and I stood up and tried to walk towards him, and that vodka hit me like a goddamn truck. I threw my body on him, and he immediately knew I was drunk. He started asking me how I got drunk, and what I had to drink, and why I drank so much, and repeatedly asked me if I was okay. He sat down in my chair and placed me on his lap, and fed me water, without making it obvious to people that I was really drunk. Drunk me appreciated the care and attention he gave me in the moment, and, in combination with the first dry hump experience earlier, I was feeling really confident and in love. I whispered in his ear that I loved him, and he whispered it back. Then I started whispering about doing a bunch of sexual things with him and to him, and rubbing my butt against him, without realising that we were sitting in a circle of people passing around 3 blunts. I felt Sam looking at us a few times, and I decided to look her dead in the eye after passionately kissing Tony. I felt like such a badass. So when Tony was hitting one of the blunts, I took it from his hands and took a good hit to celebrate my victories, and coughed my lungs out. When Tony was ready to leave, he drove my friend and I back to her house, and after I changed and wiped my makeup off, her older sister dropped me off at my house. That was where things really took off for me. I managed to do a variation of this routine for the entire school year. My parents were convinced that I wasn't depressed anymore, but being around his stable family so often made me resentful of mine, and I always picked a fight with them by criticising the way they always dismissed me and ignored how badly my mental health was. Tony and his friends taught me how to roll a blunt and a joint, and how to handle my liquor. I found a solace in my pothead boyfriend and his unemployed adult friends, and I clung to him as my feelings got stronger. He suggested ecstasy as a remedy for my depression, and after taking it, I decided to stop self-harming completely, and I grew even more infatuated with him. In March, he was arrested for having an ounce of weed, a Ziploc bag with Molly, and an entire sheet of acid wrapped in aluminium foil in his locker. He wasn't allowed to return to school until the next year, and he had to take drug classes and attend meetings every day. After a month, he was allowed to take night classes so he wouldn't fall behind on school. For some reason, I thought that we were going to go through this tough time, and I kept insisting that we were going to get through this together. It annoyed the hell out of him, and he became really distant for the rest of the school year. But I didn't want to push him away even more, so I gave him space when he wanted it, and continued to hang out with his friends, do stage crew and hair and makeup, and I even got casted in the spring musical. Over the summer, we periodically hung out, but it felt like we weren't even dating. Whenever people asked about him, I would make up some lie about how he was doing better, and I regularly saw him, as if our relationship wasn't in limbo. I turned 15, and towards the end of the summer, we started talking and seeing each other more, and our relationship felt brand new. He wasn't selling drugs anymore or smoking cigarettes, but he still smoked weed and such. My best friend, Kiki, told me to break up with him after he got arrested, but I told her that she couldn't possibly understand what I was going through. I told her that on our 1-year anniversary, I was going to have sex with him. She told me that I was an idiot for sticking with him, and letting him take my virginity was the dumbest thing I could do. Mind you, Kiki lost her virginity before we even started high school, and she regularly smoked weed with her 35-year-old mum, so I didn't know why she had such an issue with me doing the same things. When September came and sophomore year started, I had a pixie cut. I developed my own style that I was confident in, and got a new pair of glasses that looked just like Tony's. I met him at his locker before the first class started, and he was annoyed that I got glasses that looked like his. I asked him if he was still interested in stage crew, and he said he wouldn't want to do it if I planned on signing up too. I told him I was planning on auditioning for the play and I wasn't just doing stage crew because of him. I didn't want to give it up just because he believed I was only doing it for him, so I stuck with the stage crew and I auditioned, and I got an understudy role. Kiki continued to do stage crew with me also, even though she wasn't interested in it. And I was planning to only talk to her and the others after Tony upset me. But our friendship wasn't the same after we got into the argument where she called me an idiot. For some reason, Tony noticed that Kiki and I weren't talking and asked her why, but they were constantly having conversations and completely forgot about me. Whenever they were talking, it was always at a distance where I couldn't hear what they were saying, and when I tried to enter one of their conversations, they would just stop talking and look at me until I walked away. I told Tony what Kiki said about breaking up with him, and he told me that she was just being a good friend, and based on what she told him, I was mean to her. I told Kiki that Tony thought I was copying him, and even though she knew I was just into stage crew and I just liked my glasses and they had nothing to do with him, she agreed that I was copying him and told me I looked like a desperate, lost puppy, and based on what I told her, I turned him off. The week prior to our 1-year anniversary, I messaged Kiki and apologised for being insensitive. I begged her to help me prepare for the first time because I was really nervous, and after sending her a dozen messages, she replied back, saying this: "You have to stop. You can't have sex with Tony and you have to let it go. You weren't being mean and I'm not mad at you. I just feel guilty and it's really hard to be friends with you based off what I did. I don't even know how to tell you this and I'm scared you'll never talk to me again if I tell you." After assuring her that I wouldn't cut her off, she confessed that her and Tony have been having sex since him and I first started dating. She admitted that she told me to break up with him because she was jealous, and she called me an idiot because she couldn't stand how much I trusted and loved her, and Tony. She told Tony about my plan on our anniversary, and he started pushing me away because he felt guilty too. He told her not to tell me the truth, and that he was going to eventually break up with me to be with her, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. The revenge. I was in such shock that all I could do was thank her for telling me the truth. I told her that I needed some space and asked her not to tell Tony about our conversation at all. I didn't tell her that I had a plan, but I knew that virtue had no place in this situation. We proceeded to stay together, and I acted like I didn't know about him cheating on me. I gave him less attention than I normally did, and he started coming to my locker instead, and would text me first. It wasn't obvious that I was mad or upset with him, but I really couldn't stand to be around him or even pretend to. I would dodge his kisses without even thinking, and walk away without hugging him, so he knew something was up. I told him that I was acting weird because it bothered me that he thought I was copying him, and he felt so horrible. He spent the entire day apologising, telling me that he loved me and that he was going to make up for it on our anniversary. On our anniversary, I dressed up a bit and wore a black high-waisted miniskirt and a black cropped Pink Floyd t-shirt with the sleeve cut and my classic high-top Converse. He came to my locker with a few sunflowers and was shook when he saw me. He told me that I looked as sexy as the day he met me. Our original plan was to have a picnic by the lake after school and then go to his house when his parents were out for Bible study to have sex. Instead, I snuck outside during the lunch to the student parking lot and keyed cheetah on the hood of his car. I put on the dark purple lipstick I wore fairly often and left kisses on his side mirrors. I wrote "screw you" on his rear window with the lipstick. I snuck back into school before lunch was over and texted him and told him to meet me by the lake for our picnic, instead of coming to my locker. The lake is across the street from the student parking lot, so he would have to go past his car to get to the lake, which is exactly what I wanted. I told Kiki to pretend to be confused if he accuses her of telling me the truth, and she did exactly that. People were taking pictures of his car and sending them to me, asking me if I did it, and I never admitted to being responsible. My brother sent me a picture of Tony's car also, and told me that he was proud of me. After Kiki told me the truth, I asked his close friends if they knew, and they were all shocked and angry and disappointed in him. I also asked them not to mention anything and told them I had a plan. One of his closest friends, Jerry, who was 20 years old and practically Tony's mentor, was the most upset. He knew how much I loved Tony and offered to listen to me if I ever wanted to talk, and we ended up talking non-stop about Tony, about personal things, about everything. He mentioned that he thought I was flawless and that he was envious of Tony for finding me before him because he would never mess up a chance with me. I told him about my plan on Tony's car and he loved how petty it was. Jerry offered to pick me up from school and take me out to eat to get my mind off my 1-year anniversary with Tony. And after celebrating the success of my pet revenge over a meal together, he kissed me and invited me over to his house. Jerry knew I was a virgin, and he asked me why I felt ready to lose my virginity to Tony. I explained to him that I was determined to have my first time with someone who I was in love with, but after Tony crushed me, I completely stopped caring about losing my virginity with someone I was in love with, because doing so would set me up for heartbreak, regardless of who it's with. After agreeing with me and telling me that I had a mature thought process, I kissed Jerry. I got on top of him and we ended up having sex. The next day, we did the same thing, and I had lunch and sex with him every day for 2 weeks, until I found out that he was engaged and blocked his number after his fiancée messaged me and threatened to end her life if I didn't leave him alone. After Tony saw his car on our anniversary, he took pictures of it and sent them to me. He asked me how I found out, and if Kiki told me about them, and I pretended to be completely clueless and surprised. And so did Kiki. He couldn't figure out if I did it or Kiki did it, and when he realised that both of us were confused and upset when he accused us, he stopped trying to figure out who it was. Kiki and I didn't really get back to being friends, but I know she didn't tell Tony that I was the one who messed up his car, because she was also heartbroken over him, and she didn't want him to think that he had a chance with her. So she let him believe that both of us were potentially responsible. She had no idea I was going to mess his car up, but she did commend me for doing so. I broke up with him when he sent me pictures of his car, and mentioned Kiki telling me about them. He never admitted that he was sleeping with Kiki, but I acted like I had no idea what he was talking about when he texted me, and I kept asking him what he meant about Kiki telling me about them, and I pretended to put 2 and 2 together and told him that it was over if he didn't explain himself, and he never did. After he stopped selling drugs, a lot of people ghosted him, and when he told his close friend about everything that happened, they told him that they already knew everything, and he was foolish for messing things up with me. They also told him that Jerry and I were having sex, which is probably how Jerry's fiancée found out. Tony eventually came clean and apologised to me for cheating on me and asked for another chance to be with me. I accepted his apology and declined his request to get back together. We haven't talked since then, and he still doesn't know who messed up his car. Okay, I want to say a few things about this. That was really wild from start to end. And the second thing is, she was 15, this guy was 20. That's illegal, right? I don't know what state that is, but I'm pretty sure that's illegal, and that was just weirding me out when I was reading that. You guys are gonna have to comment down below and tell me about that, because I don't know what to think about this. It was revenge, but it was weird as hell. So yeah, let me know what you guys think.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Storytime. My name is Jake, and today we're going to be looking at the subreddit r/ProRevenge, where people tell us their best stories on how they got revenge on someone they didn't like. If you're new around here, please do subscribe down below so that you never miss out on another video. But for now, let's sit back, relax, and enjoy some Reddit stories. Cheat on me? Say goodbye to your other girlfriend and your social life. Here we go. This took place when I was 15 to 16 years old. I had met this guy at a Christian youth gathering thing in the summer, where we were both serving as worship leaders in the band. We'll call him Z. It really was love at first sight for Z and I, and we were constantly together. We rehearsed the music together, we performed together, and just spent all of our free time together. You get the picture. The gathering ends, and Z and I start dating towards the end of July, and everything was peachy keen, up until the next February, when I noticed that things were, well, different. So being that we were both teens, we were both in high school. But we did not go to the same high school, and our circle was mostly contained within the church. This is important later. So, February was when it started to go to crap. Z was cancelling plans on me more often, making more excuses, not posting anything about me on social media anymore, and just acting different. He was also super secretive about his school life, and he had never introduced me to any of his friends at school. And this was because, in February, Z started dating this other girl who went to his school. And because he kept so much of his school life to himself, I didn't find out about this until much later. So it's now June, and I'm really sad at this point. Z didn't include me in his birthday plans, he almost never talked to me unless I initiated it first, and I was super fed up. So, I decided to do some investigating. I started by going through his Instagram and checking his followers. I was just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling
until I saw a familiar face, with an unfamiliar face as the profile picture. The profile pic was of a girl we'll call P, and Z kissing. My heart started pounding. I tap on her profile and I was absolutely mortified. There were dozens of pictures on P's profile of her and Z doing all sorts of coupley things. Kissing, going on dates, etc. I checked some of the posts. The caption was something about how much she loved him. He would comment something just as sappy back. And he was a cheater. Heartbroken and fed up, I just simply screenshot a couple of the posts, send them to him, and block him on everything. I spent the next week or so crying, removing everything that reminded me of him from my life, and planning. And oh, did I plan. Now, I'm not a person who normally starts drama, but cheat on me after we dated for 11 months? You deserve the drama. I started by gathering up evidence of Z and I's relationship, screenshots of text, pictures, and videos of us together. Because after all, he didn't just cheat on me, he was cheating on her as well by continuing to stay with me. So I gather my arsenal, find P's Instagram account, and send all of the evidence to her, along with a text that was apologising for the news. And it was glorious. Now of course, I felt extremely sorry for the girl, as she was kinda in the same situation that I was in, and she had no idea that I existed, or that this was going on. I just kept comforting her, and saying that it was going to be okay. P then asks for my number, which I give her, and we end up talking on the phone for 2 hours, crying together as she breaks up with him over text. She was sending me a live screenshot feed of what he was responding, and he was basically begging for her to stay as she told him to go screw himself. I wish that I could have seen it unfold in person. We talked for a while, both super angry, and discovered how Z would use a lot of the same things on P and I, like calling us the same pet names, using certain romantic gestures, and having the same songs and or movies that reminded him of us. It felt super bad to discover that, but this just added fuel to the revenge to come. So because of this situation, I planned to make P my new best friend. And best friends we were. We started hanging out all the time, posting pictures of us together constantly, really making sure to rub it in Z's face. And lucky for me, P and Z happened to be in the same friend group before and during the time they were dating. So through P, I got to know all of Z's friends, and casually told every single one of them about what he did to me. I didn't make up anything preposterous, I just told the story of how Z cheated, as is. Also, P happened to be a pretty popular girl at their school, so my story didn't just reach Z's friends, but their entire school. And the results were amazing. I managed to turn every single one of Z's friends against him, and I didn't just inform them on how much of a piece of crap Z was, I actually befriended them all myself. Me taking Z's place in the friend group. All of us became best friends, leaving Z to be exiled all alone for the rest of his high school career. During that following school year, all of us would go to all sorts of their school's events, have a blast, and by the lucky chance we saw Z show up, watch the shameful and sad look on his face as I partied with all of his old friends. All of us are still close to this day. I hope you enjoyed that. I've noticed that many people think I went too far and that he didn't deserve the punishment he got. I do agree that it was cruel what ended up happening to him, but I think he deserved it. After all, he broke the hearts of multiple innocent girls, who did nothing but show him love and respect. But he couldn't respect them enough not to cheat, and I think he learned his lesson. Cheating is never okay. Steal my petrol? Pay thousands of euros. Background. So I have a douchebag neighbour and his awful family who we always had problems with. When I'm done, I will add some other shenanigans. This included flinging trash onto our side, putting his dog onto our side so it would poop there, and at one point, stealing our petrol from our outdoor tank. Now, on with the story. The problem. So, about 2 years ago, in April to May, we noticed that the petrol in the tank was going down very quickly, even though the amount we used was very little. After a bit of investigating, we found a pipe that had been installed that led to his side of the land. Recently, he he got this huge new car that obviously needed a bunch of gas, and it seemed that along with some being used overtime, there were huge amounts used every week, so he was presumably filling his car. To stop him, my dad hatched a plan. Keep in mind, we could not call the cops on him, as they would do nothing, because his nephew was a policeman, and we live in Greece, so, you know, family ties and stuff. Planning. Since this was during the summer, we waited until he went on holiday. He was quite rich, and then disconnected our house from the pipes, so there would be no chance of him suspecting everything. We kept the charade up until he came back and went back to using our petrol. We noticed a pattern to when he used our petrol to fill his car. I think every 4 to 5 days. And we used this to our advantage. The revenge. The day before he filled it up, we topped it up with soap water and mixed it around in order to make it petrol colour, with any petrol left over, and we removed just enough for it to have the same colour. For those of you who don't know, water in the gas tank is a no-no, and it causes a lot of damage that is very expensive. So this completely destroyed his gas tank, and the damage was so great it was cheaper to sell his car. At that time, it was summer, and so we do not need gas to heat up water. Due to the water in his heating system, as it was plugged into our tank filled with the petrol water mixture, the metal started eroding and rusting or something, and water made it through the pipes, and so it was in contact with the concrete, which made it mouldy and weak. A few months later, it made through the concrete and a piece of the ceiling collapsed, and all the petrol water flooding in. It obviously cost him a lot of money to fix it as well, as the money lost with the car and the heating system. I can only assume it was in the thousands. I just want to say, if this guy could afford a holiday and he was quote unquote quite rich, then why did he need to steal the neighbor's gas? Like, come on, dude. Never mess with an imaginative man. This wasn't my act of revenge, I just happened to see some of the fallout. I was, however, really impressed. My cousin was getting married, and not having ever been to a wedding at her denomination, I went to the wedding rehearsal to make sure that I knew what to expect. I arrived in the church's car park, quite a large lot, to see a man shouting at a police officer who was telling him that the police could not and would not get involved, and he could always seek a civil remedy. Having parked and being quite nosy, I take a closer look. A white van, a Transit I recall, had been parked in the middle of the car park over several spaces, and from the lettering, it belonged to a small builder. Now, this car park is clearly marked up as being private property, and for church users only. Parked closely around the van, so they blocked it in completely, were around 10 other cars. It was going nowhere. Being early, I entered the church and was greeted by the minister. We got to chatting, as you do, and I asked him about the van. He told me that it belonged to a local builder who, over the course of several months, had acted as if the car park was his private property, and would always park inconveniently for other users, and had been known to just dump building rubble along the back fence, leaving it for the church to clear away. Apparently, the minister had spoken to him and asked him to be respectful of his congregation, and had been rudely asked, "What the F are you going to do about it?" Now, this church had a very good choir, who every year went on a 2-week tour, and this year they were going to Germany to sing in other churches of their denomination. The minister had arranged for a minibus to pick up the choir from the church early that morning to take the singers to the airport. When the choir members arrived, he had asked them to park all around the van, and then cheerfully told the builder that they would be back in 2 weeks. As it was on private property, the police just wouldn't get involved. How I made the worst employer in the world lose a multi-million-dollar account. To be honest, the I in the title is not me, but a former colleague who does not have a Reddit account. We work together in the same ad agency. I will give myself personal context first, and then write her story exactly as she told me. We worked together in one of the biggest ad agencies in my country. She was a director, and I was a manager in different departments. It was a global group, but it honestly sucked. I quit because I was burned out. It had a Game of Thrones politics and daily occurrences of both sexual and moral harassment. That place was the worst professional experience and one of the worst personal ones I have ever had. Screw them. I was hired as an account director for a huge ad agency. Let's call it FFC. My account was one of the top 5 accounts in the agency, and it was worth at least 7 digits. My boss, the accounts VP, was one of the worst human beings I have ever met. He was sexist, rude, and liked to play favourites. When I got there, as a young and okay looking woman, I instantly became one of his faves. He was married, by the way. One day, we left a happy hour together and he offered me a ride. I lived nearby him, so not overthinking it, I accepted. He made a move on me. I politely refused and left the car. After that, my life became a living hell. He would not include me in important meetings and then complain I didn't know things that were discussed. My reviews went from 5 stars to 1. He pretended he didn't remember a raise he had promised. He would talk with my team and ignore me. The work, which was already hard, I worked 80 hours a week, became unbearable. I almost quit. I had a long conversation with the agency HR, which went nowhere, because she was his personal friend. I even escalated it to the president, with whom I had a friendly relationship, and he said I was reading too much into things. One thing I did right though, is that I had a great relationship with my client, so they were afraid to fire me. I had helped save the account, which was almost lost when I was hired. So, they played a smart hand. They hired a girl who had worked with my client on his former company, with whom he had a friendly relationship with, to replace me. They then put me aside on a smaller account, which was on the verge of being lost, so they could justify firing me when that happened. But then, I got lucky. My original client got promoted and opened a marketing manager position under him. When I applied, he even skipped a few hiring steps. This was October, and I was to start on January. I asked him not to disclose to the agency he had hired me until I had the chance to tell them myself. The position would not work directly with the ad agency, and I no longer managed their account, so there was no conflict of interest, and he said okay. Honestly, he couldn't care less. I was planning on giving them my 1-month notice, required in my country, on November, so they could have time to find someone else. I was fired October 31st. It would have been the worst experience in the world if I cared. The VP asked me into his office to fire me. He said no one would believe me, that I would never find a job in the market, that I had ratted him out to the HR, that I was incompetent, and all the worst things someone could have said. He sent me to HR to sign some papers and told me to leave the building afterwards. I recorded him. When I went to HR, the woman in charge sat me down and kept making snark comments about me not appreciating working in the biggest ad agencies in the world, that I could have been great. It was surreal. Being fired in my country grants people a fair amount of money. I would have received around 5-month pay per the law. She wanted me to sign papers accepting that. I said no, and played her the recording from the VP. She went pale, because she knew that was a lawsuit, and also that the global team would not like it at all. I left that day and said I would contact them through my lawyer. Never said anything about the job lined up. The next week, I, my lawyer, my recording, and a bunch of other documents, emails, text messages, sat down with the agency to negotiate. I ended up with over 15 months' pay. Both parts signed an NDA, which included me saying I had quit. I then took a 2-month vacation, told my new boss I had made a deal while quitting, but that I had not disclosed I was going to work for them. He said he would tell them himself, not to worry. Come January, and I start my new job. My boss then tells me that, since I was the one with the most experience in advertising agencies, I would be a consultant to the annual deals for all the agencies that managed all their accounts. This included allowing new agencies to pitch for us. My boss, which didn't deal with FFC anymore, of course forgot to tell them about me. No feeling in the world was better than entering the agency as a client. It was almost orgasmic, sitting in a meeting to see their pitch and watching the VP dumbstruck face when he entered the room. I was nothing but nice, made pertinent questions, and smiled all the way through. I ended up telling my boss in confidence what had happened. He authorized me to advise against the agency, said that if compliance knew about their behavior, they would lose the account anyway. They lost the account. They lost 3 other accounts in that same year. The whole leadership was fired. The agency closed. The VP can't find a job for his life. And I just got promoted. Entitled Driver gets exactly what she deserves. I live in this upper-class liberal town in Ohio called Bexley. Everyone in this town acts like complete self-righteous, narcissistic, entitled boneheads and feel that their crap smells better than everyone else's. People buy their kids new luxury cars when they hit 16. My neighbour got a brand new BMW for passing her driving exam. It sounds absurd, but it's just how Bexley is. One other thing about Bexley is that people from Bexley drive like the road is their private racetrack. They blow through stop signs, turn left on red, and park wherever their car can fit. I am one of the few kids in Bexley who works a job to pay for his own college, small rent to live at home. I'm 20 and 18 was the limit for my parents. Car and car insurance. I am grateful that my parents pay for my home food, heating and AC, electricity, phone bill, etc. I get about 5 hours of sleep a night. So one day, about a month ago, I decided to grab some sushi after the morning shift at work. This sushi place is right by a small private college within Bexley, called Capital University. I pull into the lot to find one empty space and I pull in. I get out, go into the sushi joint and spend maybe half an hour in there. After a great lunch, I go back to see my car is blocked into the space by a huge grey GMC Yukon. I was blocked in the spot as the parking spaces have those concrete bumps in front to separate the spots. I took a picture of the license plate just for reference. Well, I just waited patiently for the car owner to show back up, because maybe there were no spots to park in at the time, and my car just happened to be the one, as well as the other two cars next to mine of course. About 10 minutes later, a woman, maybe 35 years old, shows up and sees me in my car listening to music. She knocks on my window and tells me that I need to turn my music down, and that us college kids are ruining her city. First of all, I go to Ohio State, and not Capital. I look at her blankly, as my music isn't that loud, and I am wondering how she assumes I go to Capital. She yells in my face, "Wake up, you spoiled brat!" Now, I had no clue who this crazy woman was, and I just turned my music off and shut the window, and continue waiting for the car owner to move their car. Well, the woman pulls keys out of her purse and hops into her gargantuan GMC Yukon, and screeches away, splattering mud on my car, which I paid for, and paid to clean. I was the brat? This woman had the audacity to seal 3 cars in and complain that my music is too loud? I was 15 minutes late back to work that day. I am never late. This was the first time I was late to work, and I hope it was the last. I swore that if I ever saw her again, I would do to her what she had done to me. Well, fast forward a month later to what is today. I decided to grab some sushi after taking an exam and went to the same sushi place in the same parking lot to see the same grey GMC Yukon taking up both of the last 2 spots in the lot. I am on cloud 9 at this moment and park right next to the driver's side of her car, making sure I was in a spot and that she couldn't get into her car. There was about 5 inches between my passenger door and her driver door. I leave my car, grab sushi to go, and patiently sit in my car. Well, what do you know? About 15 minutes later, the woman walks up to her double parked car to see that I had sealed her in. I hear her yelling that she is going to sue the person who did this. She sees me, listening to music in the car that is blocking her from leaving. She approaches my car and demands I move. I tell her, "You got into the spot. You can get out of the spot." She threatens to call the cops, and I just laugh. I know the laws, and even have a thin blue line flag bumper sticker on my car. She calls the cops, and within 1 minute, a cop shows up. I get out of my car, and the woman starts yelling at the cop about how I sealed her in. I told the cop I was trying to park within the space. The cop looks at her car, and then looks at mine, and looks so disappointed after. The officer says to the woman to be happy I didn't have her car towed. He also says that she needs to move her car within the next minute, or he'll ticket her for parking illegally. Angrily, the woman climbs in her passenger door and is struggling to reach the driver's side. She's throwing garbage out of her car in a fit, gets in and moves her car over to drive. The cop knocks on her window and orders her to pick up her trash. She says to him, "Well, isn't that what the garbage men do?" I am trying so hard to keep a straight face, but I just start laughing my ass off because of her stupid remark. At this point, the woman looks at me, and it seems she finally remembered who I was. Looking very angry, she sighs, gets out of her car, picks up her trash, and gets back into her car. The cop gets back into his car and tries to pull away as the woman jerks her car out of the spot, nearly hitting the cop car, and speeds to the end of the lot, where she stops at the red light. The woman, forgetting that she isn't the queen of the world and speeding is illegal, immediately gets pulled over. This lot is about 40 feet wide, and the woman is about 20 feet from me, so I can hear her. She starts yelling to the cop, "Reckless driving?" And I know exactly what is going on. I get back in my car, turn the music back on, and start thanking heaven for giving me this satisfaction. I pull away from the lot to have the greatest sense of fulfillment I have ever had in my life. That right there is more fate than revenge, but that was perfect. How one woman enacts revenge upon dirty dealing would-be fraudster. So back in the day, my aunt lived in a council house in a rough area of London. She was caring for her young child and my uncle was working. They tired of the city life, and this area had a lot of violence, drugs, and the like. She wanted better for her child and family. So she decided to put in for a house swap to Devon, which when you lived in a council property, you could do. My family had just moved there, talked about how nice it was and the like, so she filed to swap. Soon, she had found a nice little 2-bedroom flat and was scheduled to swap with a guy, details unknown. Everything went through fine and they moved to Devon and began a much calmer, safer life. My aunt is a very meticulous person, and so, as soon as she knew she was moving, she arranged for all the posts to be sent to the new address on the appropriate date. However, there were about 3 days in between where some post was still sent to her old addresses, and unfortunately, this included 2 bank statements, one for my aunt and one for my uncle. Now any decent person would just throw them out or forward them, send them back to the post office, etc. But not this guy. He proceeded to open the mail, an illegal offence, take the info into the Department of Records and locate my aunt's mother's maiden name. He then proceeded to attempt to open many credit cards in her and my uncle's name. Fortunately for her, she was notified of this suspicious activity and managed to prevent this fraud from happening, which would have ruined both of their credit and destroyed their chances of getting a mortgage, which they eventually did. My aunt reported this to the police. However, as no crime of fraud had actually been committed, stopped by the banks and my aunt, there were no grounds for criminal charges. Now see, this POS had not been as meticulous as my aunt in redirecting his mail, so the letters began to pile up. My aunt decided, tit for tat, and opened some of the letters. Turns out this guy was in for some pretty serious debt and had been avoiding the debtors, moving being a pretty big way of getting away from them. This guy, before committing his attempt fraud, had asked my aunt to not give out his new address. So, my aunt did what anyone would do and called up the debtors one by one, told them that the guy no longer lived at the address. They were obviously disappointed until she gave them the new address, to which they were delighted. Now, they knew where he was and began to hound him for the debt he owed. So much so that he lost that lovely council house property, which if he had stayed in, purchased and then sold on, would be worth quite a bit of money, since the area has now undergone a lot of investment and growth, because he had to skip town to get away from his debtors. If he had been an upstanding citizen and not a douchebag, he probably would have got away with it and lived a relatively carefree life. Sell me a fake vape? I'll destroy your eBay store and have you investigated for fraud. So about 6 months ago, I decided to buy my first vape. I was totally new to the scene and had to do a lot of reading to find out the basics and what kind of vape was right for me. Finally, I found the one I wanted, the Smok V8 Stick. Prices varied across online vape stores, but the lowest price I found was from an eBay seller. The listing said it was authentic and even provided free shipping. I jumped at the chance and bought it immediately. When it came, it looked totally legit. Brand new packaging, authentication slips, and the barcode on the side. It worked pretty well for 3 months. One day, I went to press the firing button and heard a small click. To my surprise, the button caved into the battery. I tried to get it out, shaking it and pulling it with tweezers. Nothing worked. Naturally, I was pretty mad. This was a relatively new vape that I had never dropped and always took care of. By that time, I picked up more knowledge about vapes. I knew that this was far from normal. I went ahead and filed a warranty claim with Smok, provided photos of the hole where the button should be, and a picture of the code on the side of the package. I was mildly horrified when a Smok rep told me the device I had was a confirmed counterfeit. I was fuming. Not only was I lied to and scammed, but I read about people who had unknowingly used counterfeit vapes that were burned or even had boiling juice burst out of the tank and onto their face and arms. I realised that this guy who sold the fake to me had put me in real danger. What if instead of the button falling in, it had been stuck on the firing mode and caused a burn or a fire? The real Smok had safety features for that, but there's no telling if this fake did or not without picking it apart. I took a minute to calm myself. I didn't want to go off on the seller and risk not getting a response. In that time, I took screenshots of the Smok rep's messages to me, the broke vape, and the fake authentication barcode. For privacy reasons, I'll call the seller Douchebag Vape Guy, or DV. I sent a message to the guy over eBay, telling him that I'd like a refund and showing him all the screenshots and photos. Later that day, he responded. It went something like, "It's been too long, I can't refund you even if I wanted to." That's it. No more mercy for this guy. He obviously doesn't care about what he's doing, so it's time for some revenge. I took a good hour to make some calls. Stop number 1 is to eBay. I called to report this douchebag and his entire vape shop. The lady on the phone was very understanding, and I even gave it a little extra by saying that the fakes he's selling could harm someone badly. Maybe a little manipulative, but totally true. Stop number 2 is to PayPal. I gave them my transaction ID and filed a dispute against the seller to get a refund. I told the guy on the phone just about the same thing, and I insisted that it be escalated to a claim. He obliged. Now, the ball is rolling. For those who don't know, in addition to getting the payment revoked, if PayPal finds in a buyer's favour, PayPal also slaps you with a fine as well. Step number 3, the grand finale. I called up SmokTech and asked them for their policy on fake items. The lady on the phone tells me that they actively seek out counterfeit sellers and work with the platform they use to get them removed. Excellent. I send the rep the link to the douchebag's shop and the listing I bought the fake vape from. The lady thanked me and told me they'd be looking into this matter. Now, just to see if what I did worked, I took a screenshot of douchebag's eBay store to see if anything changed in the days to come. I checked back in about a week and a half later. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. The guy had went from 84 listings to a meager 7. All of the remaining listings were just things like spare parts, rubber rings, and knickknacks for various vape models. No vapes, no coils, no e-juice for sale. 3 days after that, I get an email from PayPal. I had won the claim. Not only did I get my money back, but PayPal was now investigating the guy's account for fraudulent activity. Immediately, I checked back on the guy's eBay store, not a single item for sale. I grin like the Grinch. Hopefully this moose knuckle learns his lesson and never puts his customers in danger by selling fake vapes again. You see, that's a good story and all, but the guy probably just changed his name and set up somewhere else. I don't know, I presume that's just what everyone does if that happens. A $600 apology. A couple of days ago, I went out to the store to get something I needed. I was checking on my phone exactly what it was I needed to get when I heard a slam that I knew came from my car. I looked to the side and saw some older guy and his door embedded into mine. I opened my window and he said, "I hit your door," gave me a shrug, and then proceeded to get in his car. I yelled at him to wait so I can assess the damage, as the hit felt pretty significant. As I expected, there was a scratch dug into the paint down to the metal, and scratched beyond that as if he had pushed it further after the initial hit, as well as a big dent to go with it. I noticed he was driving off, so I ran out to get him and signaled him to roll the window down. "Hey man, that was a pretty significant hit and you're just driving off without even an apology or anything." "It's just a scratch, it's nothing." "No, it's not. The paint came off down to the metal and it's a pretty big dent." "You were parked too close to me." "The hell I was. I'm parked perfectly within the lines. Look." "Well, so am I." "Then you had no excuse to hit it." "You know what? Give me your insurance info." The guy proceeds to slam on the gas and leave. I managed to snap a picture of his plates. I called the sheriff's department, as we do a lot of work for them and know everyone at the department well. But unfortunately, they told me they could not do absolutely anything because it was just a door ding and could not provide me any info from his tags. We live in a tiny town, so I go into the store and ask for his name. I get his first name. From his first name, I was able to find his Facebook. Not a lot of people named Douchebag in my town. From his Facebook, I found we had mutual friends. From those mutual friends, I found out where he lived. From where he lived and his name, I found his phone number online. I found out everything there is to know about this guy. His family, where he likes to hang out on Saturdays, where and who he works for, what kind of beer he drinks, literally everything except what he wears to bed. From his tags, I got the vehicle identification number online. I messaged him to give him a chance to do the right thing. That went over as I expected. It was Friday night, so I could not call anywhere to get more info, so I messaged him. To make it short, he kept saying, "Meet me in the morning if it's so important," and making fun of me, saying how his car door has a red mark and how I can do whatever I want and he'll get away with it. Come Monday, I called the local DMV as my investigations say they can give me the name of his insurance company and nothing else with the info I had. I was right. I called the claim yesterday and I got the email with the estimate totaling to almost $600. Here's the kicker. I work at a body shop and could have fixed it myself for free. Not even a dime. Only reason I went through with it was sweet revenge. Thanks for messing up and being a bad person, causing me to get some much needed money. Idiot. Throw out my food and lie? Okay, you're going to jail for assault. You might remember me from a post about a month or so ago. I dumped and kicked out my now ex-girlfriend for secretly stealing and throwing out several $100s worth of my food. A few years into our relationship, my girlfriend watched, and subsequently made me watch, an awful movie called What the Health. This led to her going vegan and constantly trying to force me to go vegan. I'm a hobbyist athlete and bodybuilder, and going vegan isn't viable for me. I love meat and milk, and I need my protein. About 260 grams per day of it. Anyway, after several months of her being insane, my milk and meat started disappearing from my fridge and raising my suspicions. I eventually caught her on camera after months of lying to me. She threw out a total of about $400 worth of food when all was said and done. This brings us to yesterday. She's been reaching out, talking about trying to get back together. This is after she literally made a Facebook group claiming that I abused her. I would absolutely never do that. Disgusting lies. And told close friends and family all kinds of horrible stories about me. I decided I was going to get some revenge for her thievery and trying to mess my life up. I invited her over for dinner last night, telling her I had since gone vegan. I cooked her dinner and she made it clear she regretted nothing and just had to make me see the light about going vegan. So I gritted my teeth and cooked her some tofu tacos with my new recipe, mimicking chipotle sofritas. She ate 2 plates and loved it so much she demanded the recipe. She continued being extremely rude and admitted that everything else she said about me had been a lie, but that she was very hurt and determined to hurt me too. I recorded our entire conversation on my old iPhone. She tries to get frisky with me after dinner, and I tell her, "Let me write down the recipe for you before I forget." I write down the words, "ground turkey," on an index card and give it to her with a wide smile on my face. She starts freaking out. Now, I had already told my neighbour that, if he hears any screaming, to call the cops. I knew her reaction would be insane, because she's an insane person. Long story short, the cops came as she was hitting me in the face repeatedly in the parking lot of my condo. She got arrested for assault. I took the video and put it on Facebook, tagging everyone who was in her Facebook group slandering me. I also added the audio of her admitting all the stories she told me had been lies. It all goes to show, being vegan is just a diet, not a certificate that gives you the right to be some kind of intolerable wannabe life coach. Be a good person. She'll regret that later. So, a little background. I met this girl a year and a half ago. She was one of my partner's friends and was friendly with one of his best mates. Immediately, she started glaring at me and started flirting with my partner, completely ignoring me. I later talked to my partner, telling him how uncomfortable she made me and how she was disrespectful. He talked to her, but brushed it off as she was shy. She was not. She slept with every single boy in that group. Months pass, and she had small digs at me. Nothing major, but enough for me to not want to be around her. I had my own issues with the group of friends, later sorted, and was told they didn't know they were doing things. This girl continuously got more and more vicious, calling me names at first, then making fun of my disabilities. I have severe mental and physical health issues. She even went as far to try and look like the victim. Over 9 months ago, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. My partner and I were going through a rough patch because of this, and were fighting. We were both extremely scared. She manipulated the situation to try and make him break up with me. It didn't work, and so she started stating to my friends and the group my partner's friends that I'm faking cancer to stay with him, and that if I did, she couldn't wait for karma to kill me. I'm not sure who does that. She even went as far to make fun of me while my hair fell out. I was so incredibly upset and fed up. Fast forward to now. I finally finished treatment and was starting to feel good, when again, she's making up rumours, telling people I'm a drug addict and dealer, that it was all a ruse to get a good prescription drugs, and that I should be arrested. What she doesn't realise is, I have a year and a half of proof that she's been taking, dealing, and smuggling drugs into festivals. Not just for herself, but everyone else who would pay. Where I'm from, there has been a massive crackdown on people bringing in drugs to festivals for themselves, let alone supplying it for others. So I compiled everything into an anonymous email, included her name, address, birthday, etc. Told them how much she'd have, how she'd conceal it, conveniently leaving out everyone else's name. I don't care what people do normally, I was just over with her stuff, and sent it to the police. She was stopped immediately at the ID check, refused entry, and cavity searched. She was found with over 5 grams of drugs and was arrested on the spot. To top it all off, she resisted arrest and assaulted a cop. She still talks crap about me, but oh boy will she regret it when I go into the police station and report her for harassment, bullying, stalking, and threats against an enabled person. Make fun of my friend and his autistic brother? Where's your scholarship now? Backstory. I started attending one of the best private high schools in my state, and I'm currently in my sophomore year. During the time I've been there, I have become friends with a guy who we'll call Fred. Now, Fred has a younger brother in middle school, who is autistic and socially awkward, and he's usually subjected to severe bullying from his peers. Fred's brother is one of the nicest kids that I have ever met, and while he does sometimes have emotional outbursts, once you get to know him, he is very charming. Another thing I should mention before the story is that my school does a shadow day for kids interested in coming to the school, and this is crucial to this story. Anyways, enjoy. It was a normal Wednesday afternoon, and me, Fred, and our friends were sitting at our lunch table, talking about stuff like video games and tech stuff. We're nerds. Anyways, one of our friends comes into the cafeteria 5 minutes after lunch started with a small boy with a pin on his shirt saying, "Shadow." He asked if he could sit down and if he could get a chair for this kid, who we'll call Bully. The bully and our friend sit down across from Fred and I, and the conversation continues as normal, until Bully looks at my brother. This is what follows. "Hey Fred." Hi? Do I know you?" No, you don't. But I know your autistic brother. He told me to come and talk to you." Silence. "What did you say?" "Your autistic brother, the weirdo in my grade. He told me all about you and his family, how they're divorced, how you're depressed, how he..." Fred interrupts him and says, "What did you say?" "Huh? What did I say? Did I just spoil to everyone how much of a loser you are? What's your problem with me?" "My problem with you? What's your brother's problem? Why is he so wimpy and stupid? Why is he angry all the time? Why hasn't your family euthanized him yet?" "Excuse me? Is it because they're divorced and they can't stand you two? No wonder your parents divorced. They must have taken one good look at you and your brother and seen what disappointments you were." At this point, his guide steps in and breaks up the fight. Fred is nearly in tears, and Bully just pokes at him more, until Fred leaves and I chase after him. All while the bully is making crude remarks towards his family. I followed him to the principal's office, where he reports the behaviour to the vice principal. I help support his claim, mostly because I find that kind of behaviour disgusting, and I do not want him as a student at this school. We tell him everything the bully said, and by the end, the vice principal has a look of shock and disgust on his face. He thanks us for reporting it, and says he'll speak to him before the day ends. We didn't hear anything about it for the rest of the day, but after school, the guide called me and Fred on Discord and told us what had happened to the kid. ProRevenge activate. The guide, the bully, and Bully's mum were called into the office right when Bully was supposed to leave. There, they were confronted by the head of admissions, the vice principal, and the dean, along with 3 of our friends to serve as witnesses. The vice principal recounted everything that Fred and I had told him, and asked the guide and the 3 friends what happened, and the stories all matched ours. Guide and the 3 friends were asked then to leave and wait outside, and what followed was some screaming and crying behind the door. About 20 minutes later, the bully and his mum came out. The bully was crying, and Bully's mum was scolding him. The guide and my friends were called back in and told that Bully would not be attending our school next year, or ever. Fred was rejoiced, and I was just relieved that we would never have to see him again. But it doesn't end there. We found out about a week later from someone who works close with the head of admissions what Bully not only lost out on going to school here, but also on a $5,000 scholarship due to his academics. But it doesn't end there. The school ended up looking at the Bully's list of schools he wanted to attend, and they reached out to them and told them about Bully's behaviour. All of those schools rejected him, and he ended up losing out on another scholarship. From what I heard from Fred's brother, the Bully has to attend public school for high school, which isn't a bad thing, and he's apparently super salty about this. Karma truly is real. You tried to cut my team in half, so I outsourced your entire department. This tale takes place over the course of many months and resulted in over 150 layoffs, all to save 22 IT techs from losing their jobs. I learned a long time ago that no one cares about the IT team at our company. They see us as those useless employees always complaining about rules. We are a mortgage company, and those rules are the rules everyone follows to protect customer data privacy to prevent theft. When your company suddenly loses 2 full payments for a house to some scammer in Nigeria and the FTC has questions for you, then it is time to change your policies. This meant cutting legacy access, revoking unnecessary access, and correctly coding job titles in Active Directory to prevent people from granting their own access. What this boiled down to was a meeting that I phoned into a year ago. This was one of those meetings where I did not need to be there. Budget meetings. In this meeting, the vice president over the accounting department played a recording showing times when someone in the IT tech team provided subpar service. She tried using it as a reason to fire half of the tech team. The trouble was that all of the people she played recordings of were already fired for giving terrible customer service. These people were replaced by 5-star techs who knew what they are doing and give excellent customer service. This started the whole chain of events that led to last week. Since this meeting was every 2 months, the vice president has tried to use her position and influence to grow her team while shrinking ours. Every budget meeting, I would show up and the vice president, who shall be hence referred to as Karen, would target my team. I would pull out the numbers and pull out the logs showing how my team received a little over 3/4 of that team's call volume. I show how my team of 22 techs personally received more phone calls than every other inbound call employee by more than double the number. I show how the call volume we receive, we still maintain a 98% satisfaction rating. At the third budget meeting, the COO had been tired of hearing the same excuses and wanted hard data. He had a point. I was merely throwing out basic numbers without providing real data. Our company was in the middle of a budget crisis and someone needed to be cut. These budget meetings were basically a way to defend our department from the chopping block. Karen believed that the best defense was a good offense. She was right, but not in the way she thought. When it became clear that the IT support team was on the chopping block, Karen starts to have her employees call into the tech center and have them make requests that she knows we cannot assist with and that is handled by another company entirely. We are not able to transfer calls to an external line, so the only thing we can do is give the number to call and hang up. The negative CSATs start to flood in after this. Every single call from the team regarding a vendor's password reset gets a negative CSAT. Our approval rating tanked to 72% in 1 day. I instantly took action. First, I contacted a few of the users, on recorded calls, and asked them why they call the IT tech team when they know we are not capable of resetting the vendor's password. She replied that she was told it was policy to do that now. I asked why she left a negative satisfaction rating, and she said that those no longer count against the employee, that those are only used for macro metrics. I walked over to Karen's office and walked in. Karen, why are you having your team call mine to reset vendor's password? Karen looked confused and stated that she did no such thing. She said she would talk to her team and make sure they call the correct number in the future. The calls did not stop. Now, a few of her team were calling in with personal machines that were not an asset of our company. They were wanting things done which would violate license agreements with Microsoft or Dell. Each of these were refused, and each of these were leaving negative CSAT. It became clear that Karen was trying to tank our stats before the next budget meeting. I let my boss know, and he just gives me a sly smile. The leash is off. Sick her. This is an inside joke between us, as I am someone who is very detail oriented when I am focused. When you try and get my team fired because you want to grow your useless team, I am very focused on you now. The first thing I do is enable call recording for every corporate employee as to not arouse her suspicions. Her team did not have call recording enabled because her team handles CDP on a daily basis. I pull a live call and listen in. This is employee with our company. May I have your account number or your name? The customer gives the name. Okay, I have your account pulled up. Are you wanting to make a payment? Customer says yes. Are you authorizing me to go ahead and make a withdrawal from the bank account we have on file? Customer agrees. Okay, payment is processing. You will be notified in X days when it is complete. Your next due date is this day. The customer thanks her and he hangs up. Entire phone call was 1 minute 22 seconds. Short phone call, so I listen to another. Similar situation. I listen to another and get the same thing. I start seeing a pattern here, so I go through the rapidly building log to see all of the phone calls are usually less than 1 minute and 20 seconds long. It takes well over an hour before an anomaly occurs and I see a 5-minute phone call. The customer needed an extension and the employee was authorized to give her a 30-day extension to avoid a late fee if she would make double payment next month. The person on the phone agreed. At this point, I also turn on the CSAT for her team only. I expected a largely similar rating as my team. I was not prepared for the nearly instant 50% rating that steadily dropped. My boss comes over to my desk as he was getting the email notifications for the sub 75% CSAT rating and was flabbergasted at the sheer volume of negative reports. It's now clear that there is no choice but to examine this further. I assign 4 people to review the negative calls from the other team and have them all. The amount of employees being downright rude to customers, not other employees but paying customers, over the phone was shocking. The negative tones in their voice, the unwillingness to fully answer questions, the extreme lack of empathy, and the shocking lack of mute button use was too much. Then came another shocker. The number of customer-facing employees was ridiculous. 152 employees to handle roughly 30% more calls than my team of 22. I call the Chief Information Officer. What you got for me? I have something for you. It's incredibly evil, depressingly accurate, and I can probably save the company a ridiculous amount of money. You know that is the second time you have said those exact words to me, right? Yup, but there is something I need to know first. I am not currently authorized to know it, and I need to request it in a way that would not set off any red flags. What is that? The starting pay scale for all account employees. Tell me your plan. The next budget meeting was not a budget meeting. It was an IT tech defend yourself meeting. The COO directed it and let Karen speak first. Karen pulled out the same stuff as before. Calls upon calls to our group that were cherry-picked, as well as lifting off dead zone times when we had people working but no one calling in. Then went on about how they could cut our group in half and hire more account employees to reduce the workflow. Instead of defending myself on my department, I played 4 of the short call recordings from Karen's department. I then pulled up the Excel spreadsheet that was color-coded, showing how many phone calls each account rep received and the length of time they were on each call, and the customer satisfaction rating. I explained the lack of high CSAT with my own little recording I liked to call it a failtage. It's a montage of fail and her team were the stars. Before you ask, I did put music to it. The recording starts off with an employee saying, Yeah, I guess I can take your payment. Then goes straight into one where a customer accidentally gave the wrong bank account info and said, don't use that one. The rep responded with, Christ, what is the actual account number? It only got worse from there. This group was unmanaged for so long they were filled with rude and useless employees. I then showed them a side-by-side comparison of each tech who received a call. I showed how my techs were receiving more than 4 times the number of calls per rep than her team was getting per day. I showed how we were all on the phone for well over 7 times the amount of time her team was on the phone for, and I demonstrated how each tech had double or triple the satisfaction rating over all her group. Half the room that was uninterested in the conversation was suddenly interested when I closed out my presentation. In short, I saw no reason to defend the IT team today, as I have successfully done so in every prior meeting. Since the last meeting, however, Karen has crossed the line and has had her team call mine in regards to things we have no access to. I played the recording of me calling her minion. As you can see here, she directed her team to call mine and leave a bad satisfaction ratings on my guys because of it. I have since deleted those CSATs and they serve no purpose whatsoever. I then pulled out my next flowchart. This is the monthly expense, taken from the last 9 meetings that our company spends on IT and servicing departments. I look at the COO, who was looking at me intently. Before today, I was on the defensive as I saw no reason to attack another group, but it is clear to me now that my team has a target on its back. That is why I now show you this. It was a graph showing the starting pay scale for each IT and servicing employee code, as well as their average daily workflow. There was one glaring anomaly on this list. Account department had the highest starting pay scale with the least amount of work. So basically, in layman's terms, the account department can be reduced to 1/10 of its current size, and we can reduce the pay scale to a little over 1/2, as this department requires very little in the way of problem solving and critical thinking. I saw a few raised eyebrows, as well as one impressed smile from the CIO. The COO ushers everyone out of the room except for me, my direct supervisor, and the CIO. He looked at me and said, "Continue. Further, we can cut this department entirely and outsource them instead of IT. Since this group merely takes payments and sometimes allows extensions, we do not have to worry about the technical ability. Outside of simply using Windows, we can hire high schoolers if we wanted to." This got a laugh from the CIO. Karen was staring through the window with this smug grin on her face the entire time. Now, for my final bit with this meeting. I am going to play 2 cherry-picked phone calls. These are the 2 most technical phone calls I could find from the last month for both departments. I play a call where a payment fails to process and the rep realizes she typed in the wrong number. I then play a call where it starts out with the user stating that her customer submitted a payment to the wrong CD. The tech breaks out into our procedure to prevent wire fraud. Thanks to the quick action of this tech, we were able to reverse the CD and save this customer from losing their down payment. The final masterful stroke was playing my final card. As you all know, Karen has been coming after my team for months. She has been grinding her axe against us because she, like everyone else, has made the mistake that we are incompetent, inept, and useless to the company. What she did not know was that I have all of the logs showing the truth. The smoke she has been blowing for years is so thick that it's ridiculous. Her team is highly replaceable, and we both know my team would require extensive training and effort to replace. The CIO spoke up. "With just 30 people, we can outsource her entire department and save the company millions a year. The next time we have a major IT issue, you will be regretting outsourcing us." He then pointed to the graphs and flowcharts brought by both myself and Karen. Her team is useless. The next day, I watched in pure joy as a term request came in for Karen. It came in with a double asterisk indicator at the beginning, meaning this was a stealth term, to be done and coordinated with the person who will inform her of the termination. It's not actually double asterisks, I changed that for here to protect identities. Over the next 2 months, the account team was shuttered. First, they came for anyone with disciplinary issues or attendance issues. They then laid off anyone who had been there a really long time. Then, the newest employees. The smart ones applied for other positions in the company or left before getting laid off. All the while, the calls for the payments were slowly shunted to the call center in India. By the end of last week, we only have 4 domestic accounts people who take escalations that the India call center is not authorized to take. Do I feel guilty about being the integral for 148 people being laid off? Yes, quite, but I know it was necessary to keep my job and my health insurance. Without my health insurance, I'm a dead man. The entire reason why this happened though was because a division was slated to be cut and sent to India from the outset. Thanks to the actions of myself and my direct supervisor, we prevented it from being a sure thing that our team was going to get cut. On top of that, we cut out a festering wound in the company that was slowing it down and costing it money. My team has not been brought up in the budgetary meetings since. I want to say that's like nuclear revenge, but I mean, he didn't do anything illegal, but he got 148 people laid off. That's gotta be some kind of record. Hey everyone, I hope you all had a really good day and that you enjoyed that video. If you want to check out some other videos, then click on screen right now, or check out the playlist down below. If you enjoyed that video, then please do leave a like. And if you want to submit your own stories, then you can do so by joining the Discord in the top link in the description. But thank you so much for watching, and I will see you very soon.